right. What's that? Okay, and the same thing with Rachel. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building, home of our Maryland State Department of Education. I'm pleased to call our meeting to order today. Mr. Dunklow, do we have quorum? Excellent. Then please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. A few housekeeping items this morning. All State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board MSDE website, through our live stream vendors website, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either in person or virtually. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. Colleagues, since we met last month, all 24 districts have welcomed students back across the state, and I think it is fair to say that students have settled in. Students are in routine. Few are testing boundaries. Teachers are engaged in the daily and weekly process of delivering excellent instruction. School leaders are pushing to sustain positive school culture. And at the end of long days, parents and families are working with students to read and complete homework in the evening. Like stakeholders across the state, we continue our part, moving with intentionality in driving the transformation of Maryland's public schools, realizing the full potential of all of our young people. And while Marylanders have consistently supported investments in public schools in recent years, we know that our friends, neighbors, and colleagues expect to see results. And this work, though, is more than delivering results. It is about changing the trajectory of lives of the 900,000 students that we serve today, from children who entered school for the first time 3 weeks ago, to the young people who are preparing for their life beyond high school. We know that while talent is equally distributed in Maryland, opportunity is not. And right now, our education system far too often reinforces that opportunity construct instead of transforming it. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future offers a path for reshaping opportunity through public education. Our assignment is to improve the system of public education and the implementation of the Blueprint to ensure that we provide an excellent education for all children. The analysis that we will explore today reminds us that here in Maryland, despite our best intentions, we are not serving all students well. This moment calls for us to continue to draw on our collective humility here in Maryland, to consider that our approach over the past decade has not yielded the outcomes that all of our children deserve, especially Black and brown children and children living in poverty. That's why this board continues to prioritize transparency, partnership, accountability, all in effort to improve outcomes for all children. In today's meeting, we will highlight a partnership with the Miles Center, a partnership with the University of Maryland College Park, and Morgan State University. We will hear from our local partners. Today, we're pleased to welcome Superintendent McCabe in Carroll County. We will bring daylight to the deep inequities in our state through the in-depth MCAP analysis prepared by staff. We will receive an implementation update on the Blueprint, exploring mixed delivery pre-K. And we will discuss what local school systems are doing with cell phone policies to promote student safety and minimize disruptions to learning, and discuss how we can be supportive in that effort. We are also going to receive an update from Dr. Wright, exploring early literacy, examining trends in early literacy, through the National Assessment of Educational Progress, and we'll discuss next steps on the proposed literacy policy. As we embark on this assignment of improving our system of public education, I am delighted for us to welcome 3 new members to our team. Colleagues and members of the public, please join me in welcoming Mr. Kenny Clash, Dr. Kimberly Lewis, and Ms. Xiomara Medina to the State Board. Each brings an incredible amount of experience and expertise to the board, and we are pleased to have them on our team. Mr. Clash is Senior Director of Finance and Operations at Intentional Philanthropy. He brings a passion for education, technology, and community development to his role in shaping policy for Maryland schools. Mr. Clash's extensive career in education includes roles as a student success coach, a technologist, and he brings a background in operations, logistics, and data analysis to complement our board. Dr. Lewis has over 42 years of experience in education, serving as a teacher in 4 counties in Pennsylvania and Maryland. She served as the Executive Director of Special Education in Baltimore City, and later as the Chief of Human Capital. Prior, Dr. Lewis was the Program Director and Branch Chief in the Division of Early Intervention and Special Education Services here at the Maryland State Department of Education. And she also served as the President of the Frederick County Teachers Association. Dr. Lewis currently serves as a senior consultant nationally, advising state education agencies and school districts across the country in improving programs for students with disabilities. And finally, Ms. Medina is a dedicated educator and school counselor, serving as the Associate Director of Clinical Training and Field Placement at Bowie State University, where she is also pursuing a PhD in counselor education and supervision. Ms. Medina manages field placements, builds partnerships with community agencies, and ensures the integration of experiential learning into the counseling curriculum. Ms. Medina is a school counselor, or was previously, a school counselor in the Howard County Public School System. Please, again, we'll welcome you all to our midst. We're excited for you all to really bring additional depth to our conversations. At this time, just ask board members to introduce them, our newest board members, to introduce yourselves, and you might draw on and elevate for us what experience and perspective you anticipate leaning on most as a board member. I'll start with Dr. Lewis.
I think I just got whiplash. Good morning. I'm looking forward to being on the board in service to all students in Maryland, but particularly those disenfranchised, those students with disabilities, English language learners, the parents of these students that are often on the fringes of accessible quality education, and that's why I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome. Mr. Clash.
Thank you for the intro, Josh, and thank you to the board for welcoming me over this past month. And kudos to Zach for well-organized orientation. It was great. I'm bringing a lot of pride and responsibility to the work here. I have 3 daughters. The 2 oldest are 3rd grade and kindergarten in Baltimore County schools. And it never gets old seeing that twinkle in their eye as I drop them off to the bus and as they come back with so much excitement when they get off the bus. Also bringing success coaching and data analyst experience. As a success coach, I too learned that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. As a success coach at Coppin State, Baltimore City Community College, and Howard Community College. And then finally, just saying I'm bringing data-driven principles and data-informed decision-making to the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clash. And Ms. Medina, welcome.
Thank you all so much for the kind, warm welcome. I really am completely in agreement with what my colleagues just shared, and just kind of want to add that as an elementary school counselor and as a practicing clinician, former practicing clinician, I really want to make sure that we are always considering and discussing mental health, student social emotional well-being as a key factor in their success and in improving student outcomes, and remembering to look at the whole child and analyze the data, but also look at people as humans and families and communities, and make decisions as a collaboration of all that information.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and we are excited for you to join us. We're a fun group, I think. All right. Our last housekeeping item today, just wanting to officially announce committee assignments for the 24-25 term. Want to thank Ms. McCusker first, who has agreed to continue leading our Education Policy Committee again this year. And want to acknowledge Mr. Crawford, who has agreed to serve as Chair of Transformation and Finance for this term. And also want to acknowledge and thank Ms. Cheng, who will continue serving on our Governance Standing Committee for pieces. All returning members of the board are generally staying in the same committees as we continue to build these out. New members, Mr. Clash and Ms. Medina, will be joining Transformation and Finance. Dr. Lewis will be joining Education Policy. Dr. Goldson will be joining as a voting member of Education Policy, and I will be joining Transformation and Finance as a voting member. The full rosters are on board docs for the public. Those meetings, as a reminder to the public, are our meetings of Education Policy and Transformation Finance are public meetings that we hold typically in the second week of the month, and we welcome the public to follow along as we're engaging in that. All right. With that, we will move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Speakers will be called on in the order of their registration. We will take in-person registrants first, followed by virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform that we will use for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to the entire board, not to an individual board member. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zachary Hands, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. We will begin now with our in-person participation. First, we have Ms. Trish Brennan-Gack, Cell Phones in Schools and Impacts on Reading. Welcome.
You ready? Good morning. Thank you for the important work you're doing and for allowing us to engage and be part of these discussions. Today's meeting agenda includes 2 critical issues: the revised literacy policy and a discussion on cell phones in schools. It's encouraging to see both on the agenda, but literacy and technology are not isolated issues. They are deeply connected. The new iteration of the literacy policy is a positive step forward, reflecting valuable feedback from the community of educators and parents. We see progress in recent drafts, and it's clear that Maryland is committed to tackling this literacy crisis head on. When we talk about cell phones in schools, we often focus on personal devices, distractions, and screen time. Well, that's important. It's not enough. we need to consider the broader picture, how we are using technology overall in our classroom, both personal devices and school-issued technology. And is it truly serving our educational priorities? Last week, Maryland Reads, in partnership with the Albert Shanker Institute, hosted a conversation with Dr. Marianne Wolf, one of the leading experts on literacy in the brain. Dr. Wolf's research presents a critical challenge to the assumption that technology is inherently beneficial for education. In fact, her work shows that the way we are using technology is not living up to its educational promises, and in many cases, it is working against one of Maryland's highest educational priorities, improving reading proficiency. We invite you to continue this conversation with us this Friday at 3 p.m. for our monthly virtual happy hour. Her findings reveal that an over-reliance on digital devices is disrupting students' ability to engage in deep reading, a key component of literacy development. This is more than just a matter of screen time. The habits students form when interacting with digital devices can destroy their brain's capacity for deep reflective reading. If we are serious about addressing Maryland's reading crisis, we cannot ignore the role that technology is playing in it. We need policies that reflect the reality of today's classrooms, where personal and school-issued devices are omnipresent. We must ask ourselves, is technology serving our students' needs, or is it undermining their ability to engage deeply with text, to think critically, and to build the reading proficiency we are so desperately working to improve? We cannot be gatekeepers of this important research. Parents, teachers, and policymakers all need to be informed about what the research tells us about technology's impact on literacy. Only then can we use technology more effectively, and in some cases, that may mean not using it at all in the classroom. As MSD continues to refine the literacy policy and deliberate on cell phone use in schools, I urge you to broaden this conversation. We need to take stock of the evidence and ensure that our technology policies truly serve the educational priorities that matter most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Nikki Woodward on literacy policy.
Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Golson, Superintendent Wright, and the members of the State Board of Education. My name is Nikki Woodward, and I am an early intervention specialist for vision disabilities and the Vice President of the Maryland State Education Association, representing nearly 75,000 members. I'm testifying today on behalf of those members to provide feedback on version 3 of MSDE's proposed literacy policy. We appreciate the department's iterative approach incorporating stakeholder feedback, particularly around parent involvement, retention, and reading interventions. By engaging parents in decisions and around retention, the policy allows families to make more informed choices, utilizing retention as the last resort after comprehensive support systems are in place. Still, several key concerns remain unaddressed and require continued advocacy. We strongly support the literacy policy as a crucial tool for addressing learning gaps exacerbated by the pandemic and historic inequities. However, to ensure sustained improvement, we must carefully implement solutions that build on the blueprint for Maryland's future, which focuses on equitable education funding and resources. Our primary recommendation remains to defer implementation until 2028-2029 school year. This timeline allows for adequate training of educators and families on new curricula and requirements. It also ensures enough time for data collection and tracking the success of interventions. By school year 28-29, a student who began their college and/or career journey in kindergarten will be in the 3rd grade, and MSDE and LEAs would have sound cohort data to observe the effectiveness and hopeful success of the implemented strategies. Additionally, we have concerns about the increased workload of educators and MSDE staff and educator compensation for any before and after school mandates. For example, the Read at Home program notes that onus is on the district to provide this program. However, it fails to consider what will be required of educators to ensure the program is administered with fidelity. It's essential that teachers are given the time and support to integrate this literacy policy properly without jeopardizing their well-being. Further, workload concerns and clarifications are needed for licensure renewal process and how the Ready to Read Act's 30-day parent notification period relates to the policy's 15-day written notification. Finally, equity and transparency must remain at the forefront. We are pleased with the focus on parent consent, but remain concerned about disparities and resources for home-based interventions. It is crucial that all families, especially those with fewer resources, receive the support necessary to help their children. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Valerie Island Davis on literacy policy. All right, Ms. Davis. Okay, then we'll move on to Harold Tolbert, pre-K partnerships with private child care centers. Okay. Then we'll move on to Liz Zogby, pre-K expansion and students with disabilities. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Dr. Wright, members of the board. My name is Liz Zogby. I'm co-chair of the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, and I'm co-chairing the Blueprint Special Education Work Group. I'm here to talk about pre-K expansion, a topic on today's agenda, and to elevate students with disabilities in the discussion of the implementation of Pillar 1 of the Blueprint. One goal of Pillar 1 is that the readiness gaps between student groups decrease over time and be eliminated following full implementation of the Blueprint in FY 2032. It's a tall order. Last year's kindergarten readiness assessment data show a 29-point gap between children with and without disabilities, 18% to 47%. The mixed delivery system envisioned by the Blueprint is a tremendous opportunity for improving outcomes for children with disabilities. Last year, the U.S. Departments of Education and Health and Human Services issued joint policy guidance affirming this strategy. They called a mixed delivery system of public and private high-quality early childhood programs vital to increasing the availability of inclusive opportunities for children with disabilities. But building out this system, as no doubt we'll hear later this morning, is complex. Encouraging private providers to join this project, ensuring staff have the required qualifications, building capacity for grant management, and fostering collaboration between providers and LEAs with a spirit of creativity and innovation. And on top of all of that, there are 4 additional pieces necessary for pre-K expansion to redound equal benefit to students with disabilities. First, access. Students with disabilities, regardless of income, should be moved permanently to Tier 1 for prioritization for pre-K seats and full funding. Expertise. We must build systems of support for private providers to build the knowledge and skills to meet the needs of all young learners. Funding. We must ensure that money follows the kids, including special education funding to provide the services and supports necessary for a free and appropriate public education to which students with disabilities are entitled. This is an area where there seems to be some confusion and where we need additional clarity. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need intentionality. Without vigilant attention to students with disabilities and what it is going to take to build this mixed delivery system to meet their needs, I fear they will be left behind. With more segregation of our youngest students in a 2-tier system, where students with disabilities are enrolled only in public pre-K and their non-disabled peers in private settings. That is not what the Blueprint intends, nor will it accomplish the goal that the Blueprint sets out. Thanks for this opportunity and for your ongoing efforts to bring the Blueprint to life and to improve outcomes for all kids.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Justin Gallucci, parent engagement and budget transparency. morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Okay, I'll get right to it. Okay. Wow. All right. So last year, the superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools held roundtables during budget season, which was a serious effort to engage the community in the budget process. They took into account the needs of teachers, administrators, and parents, and it was refreshing to see this level of community involvement. There was reasonable amount of information shared, but as an analyst and somebody with experience working alongside engineers at companies like Tesla and United Therapeutics, I wanted to dig deeper. I wanted to understand more about the budget and how the funds were being allocated. So I gave it a shot. What does this mean for Budget Beyond? What struck me, and honestly a little offended, was becoming more involved and meeting directly with people within finance and operations. I requested specific data sets. I wanted to dive deeper into certain budget items and didn't have access to certain raw files. I needed to aggregate information on my own. When I asked for specific information, there was a price tag associated to the information, and I'm talking thousands and thousands of dollars. Essentially, what came across to me was access to public data would require a significant amount of finance. Another thing that stood out to me during these events was the lack of parent participation despite the effort to spread the word. I understand that some of this might be due to a lack of parent pursuit, but the difficulty in accessing information, especially public data, needs to change. We deserve the right to have transparency in data sets that are being created and used with tools that are made available now to make data aggregation more easy. We live in an age where technology allows us to process large amounts of data efficiently, and withholding raw data just isn't acceptable. I'm not making political statements, but withholding valuable data, aggregated data, limits our ability to make informed decisions and improve our education system. With tools like AI, we can process and analyze data far more effectively, and there are talented parents who can make significant differences for free if they volunteers if given the opportunity. This should create opportunities for easier interfaces and more educated parents, requiring for more of the community to become one with the education system in real ways. Additionally, I want to raise the issue, of course, of material accessibility. All my girls, 6 girls, have teachers that are manually entering course information into their dashboards that interface with parents. Again, I know it sounds kind of cliche or it's buzzy, but with the advent of AI and certain technologies, we should be able to create interfaces that allow for teachers to have less work and more automation within these systems that require less overall. In closing, bye.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next, we'll turn to our virtual participants. First, we have Sharon Saroff on special education and literacy. Welcome, Ms. Saroff.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Last month, I did mention that I was going to start talking about a particular topic that is near and dear to my heart. And it goes along with special education and literacy. I am happy to see that Maryland is starting to move away from the one-size-fits-all, but what they are doing is not enough and does not take into consideration a lot of us who have reading disorders. And I say us because I am an individual who has dyslexia and a vision disorder. I also have an auditory disorder, a disorder that is not recognized consistently across the various school systems in Baltimore, in Maryland, and that is auditory processing. Auditory processing impacts a child who is only learning through phonics because you're not hearing the sounds correctly. and you're not hearing all the sounds clearly. If you're not able to hear those sounds clearly and correctly, phonics doesn't work. We have to make sure that our teachers are trained in more than one item for their toolbox. You can't just have science of reading. I didn't learn to read through science of reading. We need to have other avenues. Whole word works for some people, but not the general population. There are other ways to learn to read, and one of the people that needs to put that together, that needs to exist in Maryland, is an educational diagnostician, because that person can help individuals from other therapy areas to understand how disabilities work together and not take turns in a vacuum. That's what I run up against when I talk about literacy, when I talk about special education in IEP meetings for my clients, is, well, they have all these disabilities, but they don't seem to be connecting. I am impacted by all of my disabilities at the same time. We need to start understanding that. We need to have somebody on the team who understands that, who can put it all together and put the technology into that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this morning. Next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Zainab Chaudhry on Islamophobia in Maryland Public Schools. Welcome.
Thank you so much, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, State Board members. I serve as Director for the Maryland Office of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. We're the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization. And I appreciate this opportunity to testify before you today about a pressing issue that impacts tens of thousands of Muslim students in all 24 local education agencies across our state. Islamophobia and faith-based bullying in public schools is a serious and growing concern. Only last week, our office called on Baltimore County Public Schools to investigate an egregious incident of a teacher at Woodlawn High School who taught a lesson using content that was pulled from an anti-Muslim hate site. And this lesson, which was not approved by Baltimore County Public Schools curriculum department, has reportedly been taught by this teacher for a number of years, and he has allegedly had inappropriate and troubling conversations with children about the faith, which has led to a hostile and unsafe learning environment for Muslim children. One student informed our office that this has caused him so much anxiety that simply the thought of going to school gives him physical ailments and symptoms. My office is still waiting to hear back from the school system on the steps that they will take to repair the harm that's been done and to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again. Our mid-year civil rights report data that was published last month revealed 413 documented complaints and requests for assistance from Maryland Muslim community members between January and June of this year, including reports from nearly 24 public schools where student-led actions and events specifically related to Palestine advocacy were suppressed or met with resistance by school officials, often based on suspected viewpoint discrimination. The voices of our youth must be protected, and their right to engage in peaceful advocacy must not be impeded. Montgomery County Public Schools' new superintendent has rolled out new policies to tackle hate bias in schools that appear promising. I want to publicly acknowledge Dr. Thomas Taylor for his dedication and commitment to confronting this issue head-on in his district. But much more needs to be done on a statewide level to guarantee, inclusive schools for our children. As advocates, educators, and policymakers, we must ask ourselves, how do we ensure that our schools and institutions are safe spaces for students? MSDE plays a pivotal role in shaping the educational environment in our state. We are urging you to take swift and comprehensive actions to implement stronger policies against discrimination and bullying, to enhance First Amendment protection, and provide mandatory education and training for staff and students to combat Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian bigotry. We are also urging you to address underreporting of incidents, which remains a major concern. October is statewide Bullying Prevention Month, and we request you to emphasize anti-bullying campaigns and initiatives across all school systems to help raise awareness. As an addendum to this testimony, you've received a full list of recommendations from my organization on steps we are seeking from you to help address these very serious concerns. I look forward to continued engagement. Together, I believe that we can create a Maryland where every student, regardless of their faith or background, feels safe and valued. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for joining us this morning. Last today, we have Bill Hudson, growth of the Aspire Pre-K program. Welcome.
Good morning, President Michael, members of the board. As mentioned, I'm the Executive Director for the Family and Child Care Alliance of Maryland and Project Director for the Aspire Pre-K program. Since Pre-K is on the agenda today, I wanted to take the opportunity to give you an update on the success of Aspire and make a comment on a proposed rule change. In the spring of 2020, there were no family child care providers in Maryland's Pre-K system. Today, as we begin our 5th year of operation, Aspire has 56 funded providers in the program, representing 96% of all family child care providers in Pre-K this fall. In addition, we have built a support hub for family child care providers that covers 17 counties and the city of Baltimore. This year, the Alliance was awarded funding to support 280 children, the second highest number of slots awarded to any Pre-K grantee in the state for fiscal year 2025. Provided we can overcome our current funding challenge, we expect the Aspire Hub will cover the entire state by the fall of 2026. This will be crucial due to the positive changes made by House Bill 1441. Our projection is that nearly 2,000 family child care homes will be eligible to participate in Pre-K by fiscal year 2027. Our experience over the last 4 years emphatically drives home the reality that the vast majority of these providers will look to Aspire or something similar to help manage the workload. You should have letters from several of our providers attesting to that reality. Our experience has given us tremendous insight into what it takes to help create and sustain effective family child care providers doing Pre-K. This brings me to the proposed changes to COMAR 13A.15. We appreciate the fact that the team at MSD listened to the field and removed the requirement of having separate rooms for the Pre-K class and children under 2. Unfortunately, that might not be enough. In a quick poll of our providers over the weekend, over 70% of the respondents reported they would stop providing infant and toddler care if the requirement for a staff member is approved. The anemic supply of infant and toddler care is already problematic in Maryland. This will only exacerbate that situation. I understand the rationale for the requirement. However, the data shows that adopting that regulation could have dire consequences for young families and employers across the state. In closing, I have to say, despite the challenges around the supply of infant and toddler care, I'm very optimistic about the future participation of family child care providers in Pre-K and their contributions to the success of the Blueprint, Maryland's children, and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, that concludes our public comment portion of the meeting this morning. With that, we will transition now to begin our new business for the day. We will begin with our consent agenda, where we have our meeting minutes, personnel actions, budget adjustments, and a permission to adopt on adjustments to COMAR 13A030212. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Dr. Mila McCarthy, second by Dr. Getty. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? It appears unanimous. All right, we will move on to our second item for today. Delighted to invite Dr. Wright to share with us her monthly state superintendent's update. Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Thank you, sir. And good morning to everybody. Let me start by extending my own personal warm welcome to our new board members. We're so glad to have you on board. Your backgrounds, I think, and perspectives are going to be of great value. Not yet. I didn't have that in my script, sorry. There's one coming, just not yet. But we are very fortunate to benefit, obviously, from Dr. Lewis's vast experience in special education, Mr. Clash, your leadership in philanthropy, digital equity, and libraries, and Ms. Medina's experience in counseling, obviously, cultural competency, and supporting underserved populations. So welcome to our board. Pleased to report that we submitted our 2024 Blueprint Implementation Plan to the AIB. This comprehensive document, and to put it in perspective, spans over 100 pages of implementation that we provided them. It details our actions that have been completed and those that are in progress. It covers all 5 pillars, and it showcases programs and initiatives from almost every office and division. I want to say that this is and has been an incredibly collaborative and extensive process. Requires a great deal of staff time to get this put together, and also I really want to thank the staff for the amount of time that it took to bring this plan together, and it really does exemplify, I think, the excellent work that's happening in the department. So we are awaiting AIB's approval on that. You will recall that last month's board meeting was joined by Kareem Weaver, who's the director of the Right to Read film, and Dr. Kimyana Burke. We viewed a clip from that film and had a great discussion about literacy, not just as a school subject, but actually as a fundamental civil right. After that meeting, I attended a large community screening at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum in Baltimore, alongside Baltimore City CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises. And after the screening, Mr. Weaver, Dr. Burke, and I participated in a discussion about the role of literacy in our society. This really ranged from it not only being a civil right, but to the role of policy, education, and community involvement in improving reading outcomes. And we also talked about ways to empower teachers and parents in supporting student reading skills, and it was really well attended. So thank you to the board members that attended that evening. Appreciate it. The CTE committee, we were the host. The Career and Technical Education Committee is part of a unit within the Governor's Workforce Development Board. We hosted that at the department. It operates obviously under the oversight of the AIB. That committee is charged with developing an integrated and globally competitive framework for providing career technical education to Maryland students. And this framework spans not only public schools, but institutions of higher learning and the workforce. Richard Kincaid, our very own, and the Office of College and Career Pathways team provided a very robust presentation on Maryland's CTE system and the federal requirements. There were 2 policies that were discussed: the policy on industry-recognized credentials and the policy on apprenticeships. We discussed the AIB's feedback on the industry-recognized credentials, and the committee members decided not to make any changes at this time. On apprenticeships, the committee approved the updated policy for submission to the AIB. And I really want to give a special thanks to Richard, I don't know if he's in the room today or not, Richard and his team, and to the committee chair, Myra Norton, for her leadership on this effort. The Children's Cabinet met on September the 6th. I am a part of that cabinet. The Children's Cabinet is part of the Governor's Office for Children, and it coordinates cross-agency strategies supporting children and families. And I wanted to give you an idea of the agencies that are represented on this Children's Cabinet. It's not just education, it's budget and management, disabilities, health, human services, juvenile services, higher education commission, labor, housing and community development, service and civic innovation, and information technology. So it is a wide variety of agencies that advise the governor's office. We have had an excellent partnership with this office and its secretary, Carmel Martin. And she has really been instrumental in leading the implementation of the Enough Act, which, as you know, is one of the governor's priorities. Alex Reese serves as the liaison to the Children's Cabinet Steering Committees along with the other agency deputies. And in addition, Derek Anderson, our Executive Director of Community Schools, and Mary Gable, our Assistant State Superintendent, also serve on the Education Working Group within that cabinet. Performance Cabinet. So this is a part of the governor's work. Each of the agencies has, one of his priorities, has a role on his Performance Cabinet. And we are required, obviously, to come down to Annapolis and do a presentation and tracking the progress of his top priorities. Obviously, there are 4 that we are involved with, those being education, child poverty, health, and jobs. My presentation focused on the state plan priority number 2, setting Maryland students up for success. And we focused on 2 major initiatives. First was the training and professional development we're offering teachers in the science of reading through the IBIS group-funded micro-credential. And also the federal grant that we just received, $40 million over 4 years, that will provide additional funding to districts and also allow them to hire coaches as well. And then the second thing we did a presentation on was high dosage tutoring for math, which is being offered through our partnerships with Saga Education and the Arnold Ventures. So this has been a great partnership for us to really stay on point with making sure that we are measuring what we need to be measuring and monitoring the growth of our students writ large. Maryland Philanthropy Network, I met with them on the 19th. It gave me, obviously, the opportunity to meet them for the first time, which was delightful, but also to share my vision for the work ahead and the progress that we're making in early care and education, and to explore, obviously, potential collaborations with our efforts. So a great first meeting, and we're looking forward to more. In engagement with legislative leaders, I have had several productive meetings, most recently with the House Speaker, Ms. Adrienne Jones, and the Senate President, Bill Ferguson. We were able to, at that time, Dr. Michael joined me on those meetings as well, to really give them some of what we were considering priorities for the next legislative session and the work of the department. So now on cue, I want to talk about our school visits in the beginning of school. So now we'll show the little quick video, and then I'll talk about our visits. Lots of excitement out there when school starts. It's always a joy to be there. And I really want to say hats off to the comms team, because they have done an amazing job of capturing these moments, making all the arrangements, and working with the various LEAs and their comms team as well. So my first visit was to Tyler Heights Elementary in Anne Arundel, and Principal Julia Walsh gave us a tour of the school with the superintendent, Dr. Mark Bedell. It is a community school and has a great deal of resources for students and families. And then next we went to Montebello Elementary and Middle School in Baltimore City. It is a pre-K through 8th grade 21st century school. It is also an IB candidate school with a strong partnership with Morgan State, which also offers professional development to teacher interns and tutoring services for the middle schools. We saw lots of instruction taking place, lots of action in the music room, the media, the art, and the principal generously presented us with big varsity jackets to both the superintendent and I. So let me just put this to you. It had to have been 90 some odd degrees. And of course, what's the picture that they want? You in the varsity jacket. And I mean, we had finished the tour. It couldn't have been any hotter. And it was like, sure, we'll be glad to put on these jackets and take a picture. So it was really a lot of fun. They're very, very, very proud of their school, and they should be. All of these schools should be. Third visit was on September the 3rd to Abingdon Elementary School in Harford County. Delighted to meet the principal, Dr. Stacy Geringer, and the chief of schools, Eric Davis, was there. But I've got to also admit the biggest highlight for me was visiting my grandson on his first day of kindergarten. So it was really cute. He calls me Cece, and you could tell by the look on his face he had no idea, like this was out of context. So he says to my daughter when he got home that night, he goes, "Why was Cece at my school?" So we had a little conversation about that. Later that day, we went to Northeast Elementary School in Cecil County. Principal Karen Adair and Superintendent Jeff Lawson. We learned a lot about the impactful work that Judy Center is doing in Cecil County. And next, we went to Wacomico County Public Schools on the 17th. It was a big day because not only did we tour 2 schools, Salisbury Middle School and West Salisbury Elementary School, but we hosted our first community forum. And I want to show you a brief video of that forum before we get started. I'll tell you about it. Well, it was a great opportunity to have the first public forum of my tenure here in Wicomico County, to hear what the community had to say. I toured 2 schools today, an amazing elementary school and a middle school, met with the principals, met with the superintendent and his staff, and it's just heartwarming to see the kind of education that the children here in Wicomico are getting. But it's also important that they are allowed an opportunity to have access to the state superintendent and to share what they feel is going well and what they feel they may need to have our assistance with, or what we may need to work together on. And I'm already looking forward to the next time.
Being able to reach out into the community to advocate for what our needs are as a school system, to support us, and then to have Dr. Wright come along is, I think, a wonderful opportunity. And we saw tonight our community was here to be able to engage in that opportunity, so we appreciate it.
That expression, "it takes a village," it's true. I mean, I know it's a cliche, but it's very true. Without the community involved directly, having more influence, so many things can't get done. You know, we do expect so much from our teachers and faculty. They can't do it all. Having the state available and hearing and acknowledging means everything.
The more voices we can listen to, the more people that we can hear from, and the more feedback that we can get, the better we're all going to become, and most importantly, the better our education is going to become for all students across the state. Yeah, it was a great evening, and I just want to say a thank you to the superintendent, Dr. Micah Stauffer, for sponsoring us there, and to the principals, Antoinette Perry and Terry Dunn, for hosting us not only during the day but during the evening. But I've got to say, the superstar is here on your board. So we were pleased to have Abhi Gautam come down, join us for his home district visit. So we shared some special, very special moments with him as he visited the middle school, but his former teachers cannot be prouder of him. He was the rock star that day. Let me be very clear about that. He was asked to speak about his time there at the school and the impact that it made on him. And you could just tell that the kids were just eating it up. So, Abhi, you want to say anything about your visit or your time there? Yeah.
It's definitely like a more surreal experience. Going back to your old schools and like the position that you are now, and seeing how everything has changed. Seeing your old teachers for sure. I met like a lot of the old teachers I had, and a lot of the staff and the schools and the visits and everything. And definitely like coming back into this position, I think was really exciting to me. Being able to influence like a lot of the decisions and a lot of the students now, and seeing how they reacted to what I was talking to them about, seeing the excitement on their faces, I think is really inspiring to see how I was able to influence like these other students into, maybe even pursuing a path like this.
Thank you. He was, and the kids were just eating it up. So thank you, Abhi. And my most recent school visit was yesterday, actually, to Freedom Elementary School in Carroll County. We toured the school with Principal Jessica Smith and Superintendent Cynthia McCabe. And I saw science of reading in action. I mean, and I do mean in action in every classroom that I went in. It was a delight to see students learning and combining sounds to form words. They were actually learning to read. It was. If you've never been in a classroom and watched that moment, it makes you want to go back to the classroom. It's like my staff is kind of constantly having to drag me out when I get in these classrooms because it's so heartwarming. But it was obvious from the superintendent, the entire board was there, to the principal, the pride that they have in this school. And so these have just been such great visits, and many more to come, but I wanted to share that with you as well. I was interviewed on WYPR on midday with Tom Hall. And we talked about a variety of topics, mostly the literacy initiatives and what we are doing to improve outcomes for children. And last week, I also had the honor of being recognized with the Influential Marylanders Award. The Daily Record sponsors this annual program, which recognizes Maryland residents for their contributions in fields of education, law, healthcare, business, and leadership. And I was proud to be among this year's 55 honorees, so that's very nice. And I want to encourage you all to attend the Teacher of the Year Gala on October the 4th. That's a week from today. And I also wanted to let you know I'm going to be forming another work group of superintendents along with their board, one of their board members, to focus on the use of cell phones in our school. You heard testimony earlier about that. I think this is going to be a great opportunity for us to hear directly from superintendents what some of the successes are, some of the challenges that they're facing, and can better advise us moving forward. And I also want to extend congratulations to 4 of our schools who were recognized as Blue Ribbon schools: the Chapel Hill Elementary in Baltimore County, Worthington Elementary in Howard County, Bells Mill Elementary and Woodville Elementary, both from Montgomery County, were recognized as National Blue Ribbon schools from the United States Department of Ed. So a great honor to those 4 schools. And that concludes my presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Members of the board, are there any follow-up questions to Dr. Wright on her report? All right, then we'll move on to our local superintendent's update. Delighted to welcome Superintendent McCabe from Carroll County to provide an update to the state board on behalf of PZAM. Just delighted that members of the board and the superintendent were able to visit 2 schools in the past few weeks in Carroll County, Linton Springs Elementary, where one of our members is the renowned music education teacher, and President Emeritus Crawford was being led by a group of students. We all got to join in. It was a wonderful visit. So want to thank Dr. Messier, the principal there at Linton Springs, for welcoming us. An excellent visit. And then also, as Dr. Wright mentioned, had a visit yesterday at Freedom Elementary School. So Dr. McCabe, welcome. And Dr. Wright, any further comments you have before we turn it over to Dr. McCabe?
No, just to thank you once again, Dr. McCabe, for the wonderful visit that we had. It's heartwarming, and I know that there's a lot of pride that you have in that school, and I can understand why.
Well, good morning, Dr. Wright, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, and members of the State Board. My name is Dr. Cindy McCabe, and I'm the superintendent of the Carroll County Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments from Carroll County and on behalf of PZAM and my 23 local superintendent colleagues. First, a strong and enthusiastic thank you to Dr. Wright and the members of the board who have been visiting schools in these very exciting and very hectic first weeks of school. This morning, I'm going to address 2 items on today's agenda with a Carroll County perspective. First, MCAP, and then the pre-K mixed delivery system. So with regard to MCAP, we saw a slight increase in proficiency in both assessments, and we rank 2nd in ELA and 3rd grade in math statewide. But it is our student growth where we measure success and where we need to accelerate our growth for our students. Similar to state trends, our economically disadvantaged students are multilingual learners, and our students with disabilities had significantly lower proficiency rates in both assessments. However, in terms of ELA proficiency, Carroll County's African American students showed strong performance, ranking 1st in the state in 6 out of 7 grade levels. We also saw an overall 10% increase in Algebra 1. Despite ranking 4th in science proficiency, we saw a notable decline there, particularly in grade 5. And our declines are on trend with the rest of the state. So we look forward to analyzing these results with the department, because I, along with my colleagues, are unsure if these science results really track with the classroom experience and local diagnostic results that we're seeing. And as I earlier stated, while we celebrate our statewide rankings, we do not believe that the test scores alone measure the success of our students right now. I am encouraged by Dr. Wright's critical analysis of the existing assessment and the formation of the Assessment and Accountability Task Force. For us to truly measure the success of our students, we need a consistent statewide assessment that is tied to Maryland standards and is an impeccable instrument in and of itself. Anything short of meeting these criteria will hurt our students and our teachers, as well as the Herculean efforts we are making to implement Blueprint. So now, moving to pre-K, Carroll County Public Schools efforts have focused on transitioning public half-day to full-day seats, with a goal to have at least one full-day pre-K classroom in all elementary schools. Currently, there are 23 full-day public pre-K programs here, and CCPS aims to double our pre-K slots by 2028 and add 2 pre-K classrooms to each elementary school over the next few years. However, it's important to note that this growth competes with existing and long-standing capital improvement priorities to accommodate growing demand and overcrowding at some of our Carroll County schools. So far, the state's CIP has not recognized this inherent conflict for districts. Anything this board can do to elevate the competing yet equally important needs of existing capital projects, along with Blueprint priorities for pre-K and CTE, would be incredibly helpful. Carroll County's public-private efforts have increased the number of private pre-K partners from 2 to 4. And as you are aware, challenges are significant in this area, mainly due to the limited number of providers willing to participate. I will shift for a moment and speak on PZAM's behalf to highlight this point. There's a growing concern that the LEAs should be doing more to help private businesses and provide more conducive environments for our private providers. While the goal of a mixed delivery system is laudable, the experience from the last 3 years of implementing the Blueprint has demonstrated that this is an extraordinary expectation and that perhaps it's one that could be reconsidered. It's important to note that there is very little that LEAs can do to incentivize participation from our private providers. We don't regulate our private providers. We don't have financial incentives to increase participation, and we don't have the human resources to go out into the community to help those private businesses. But we are doing everything we can to expand and strengthen our own public programs. Regardless, in Carroll, we have rolled out a centralized pre-K application process this year, making it easier for families to apply and providing equitable access. CCPS has also made special efforts to enroll homeless students, students with disabilities, and multi-language learners in our pre-Ks. Despite our extraordinary efforts to expand, our focus remains on teaching and learning. All of our pre-K teachers are certified in early childhood education, and in partnership with McDaniel and with Carroll Community College, we are providing opportunities for instructional assistants to earn Child Development Associate, the CDA, credentials to meet our staffing needs. Lastly, we continue to ensure that there is strong alignment between our pre-K curriculum and instruction and our K through 2 curriculum and instruction. We are extremely proud of these efforts, showing CCPS's commitments to expanding access to high quality pre-K. We also are addressing workforce needs, and we're improving kindergarten readiness. So thank you again for this opportunity to share our local thoughts and perspectives with the board.
Thank you, Dr. McCabe, and we appreciate your continued leadership in focusing on what matters most, and that's the children in Carroll County and just your continued efforts there. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Board members, are there any questions for Dr. McCabe? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Then that brings us to the next part of our agenda, our stakeholder engagement session. Today, we are pleased to have one of our partners join us, the Maryland Initiative for Literacy and Equity, better known as MILE. Two national distinguished scholars in literacy are joining us. I will, without ruining the full introduction, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright to officially welcome our guests today.
Thank you both for being here. This is a great partnership that we have with both University of Maryland and Morgan State, and they have really leaned in and helped us a lot, not only on our literacy policy, but the development of our literacy expert review teams, the review of the blueprint implementation plans from the LEAs for literacy was concerned, and both are valued colleagues and friends. So I'm going to turn this over. I don't know who's speaking first. So DJ or Simone? Simone is okay. Welcome.
Thank you. You just turned it off.
Good morning. Thank you so much, President Michael, Vice President Golson, Dr. Wright, as well as the rest of the board. Thanks so much for welcoming us. Our plan is to speak for roughly about 10 minutes, give an overview of the background of the work, our findings, and some recommendations, and then open up for some conversation. Let's see if I can do both at the same time. So to start with some background, we began this work roughly in November, beginning of November, where we were first informed about the desire for this work to take place. Between November and February, beyond signing contracts, we were heavily recruiting to fill the different, to fill the void of the folks that we needed to actually engage in this work. The work involved a number of steps. This was not your traditional evaluation by a third party. Beyond creating a rubric that reflected Dr. Wright's framework around literacy, we also wanted to ensure that we were speaking with teachers, we were speaking with administrators, and we were actually visiting schools. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the appropriate slide. As a result, we visited roughly 10% of all schools, not roughly, we visited 10% of all schools in elementary schools in the state of Maryland. And this was inclusive of all 24 school systems. Roughly 86, not roughly, I need to stop saying that, 86 schools visited, 493 classrooms visited. We spoke with 863 district leaders. We also had a survey that we administered to all school systems and all schools in the state of Maryland, all teachers, and roughly about 1,700 teachers responded to that. And this is all, again, regarding their perceptions, their experiences of enacting meaningful reading instruction within their classrooms.
So I'm going to take a quick step back and just, so one of the things when we did these evaluations, we really looked into what was happening, and we wanted to see how far districts had come. So we created a set of rubrics and a set of both for the comprehensive literacy plans. So we first we evaluated the literacy plans for K through 5 that were submitted in January. We gave that districts feedback, and then we were allowed the districts to kind of resubmit to us to give them another round of feedback before they submitted with the final report to AIB. We also had created rubrics for our school visits for what to look for, things across, because we had to look in all grades from K through 5. So we had extensive rubrics that the expert review teams, the AIB expert review teams, are now using to ensure that we are seeing all levels of literacy instruction. So, and then I wanted to say that we when we had this feedback, the type of feedback that we gave was really along this, what we call the EPIS framework, which is seeing how far districts have come within the implementing best evidence-based practices. So we have our list of best evidence-based practices, and then we look to see, are they in exploratory mode? Are they in preparation or preparation mode? Are they in implementation mode? Or are they in sustainment? So that's the framework, or the rubric that we used. So just to give you some findings that we had, so I'll start with what did we see in terms of effective implementation. So factors observed for effective implementation included, number one, high quality instructional materials. And these included things that were focusing on foundational skills. Those are those critical early skills of literacy development, comprehension, and knowledge building, right? So you hear a lot about background knowledge. We wanted to ensure that districts were implementing curricula that had strong knowledge building and explicit comprehension. And writing, right? And writing has been ignored for I don't know how long in this state and across districts. And so we wanted to ensure that districts had explicit writing instruction, and many of them, like I said, that are now implementing do. We wanted to see aligned trainings for teachers, administrators, and support staff, and that's what we saw in the high quality, in the highest performing districts. Professional development enhanced with instructional support. So this is job embedding coaching, not just Zoom training, but real job embedded coaching. Strong responsive cultures of literacy leadership. Some of these districts, they were singing the praises of their ELA coordinators' names. My wife's a special ed teacher in one of our districts. To have someone singing the praises of your administrator, your head ELA administrator, I mean, it was amazing. Consistent communications with family and teachers. Interventionists, instructional coaches, and specialists are available to provide supports and are also well trained on evidence-based practices, and ample time allocated for literacy instruction and intervention. What were the barriers that we saw? And I'm going to get to specifics in the next slide. But lack of sustained and consistent training for all professionals, inadequate or inconsistent training on tiered intervention approaches, MTSS is a big issue, inadequate capacity for data analysis and making data-driven decisions, lack of training, quality materials, or instructional supports, particularly for multilingual learners. Misperceptions or simplifications of structured literacy. So you hear, oh, the science of reading is all about phonics, right? That's not what the science of reading is about. I am, as a reading scientist, right? The science of reading is about the body of research. We like to tend to talk about evidence-based practices, and structured literacy is one that follows that. And so when we talk about these aligning that type of training and getting teacher buy-in is really something that's necessary. And then difficulty aligning culturally responsive practices with evidence-based literacy instruction. Shortened literacy and intervention time blocks. These are being sacrificed because either core instruction or other types of needs that the students have. And inconsistent or inaccessible communication with families and lack of family engagement. So that's what we found broadly. What I will say is that all LEAs have provided training on science of reading and evidence-based practices in some form through K through 5. This has largely been focused, because of the Maryland Leads grants, the ESSER and CARES Act funding, on K through 3. So there's inconsistent access to training, particularly from grades 3 through 5. Some school districts went K through 3, some did K through 2. But 3 through 5, or 4 and 5 especially, have largely have had some touch points. ESOL or multilingual learners and support staff are also those who have not always had access to training. All LEAs have planned to, or are planning to use high quality instructional materials and foundational skills and knowledge building, which is good. Except explicit writing and expression does vary, and especially in those intermediate grades. Transition issues for effective literacy instruction from 3 to 5. Our literacy experts went into these classrooms and they saw some great things, as you were describing in K through 3 at the schools. The schools, the pacing, they were boom, 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 and the kids were learning. And when you talk to the teachers, they say, these kids, what's different? And it came out on our survey of the 1,600 teachers. They're independent readers. The confidence is there. We're seeing, so they're reporting it when it's being implemented. So there are transition when you get to 4 and 5, because that's when all of a sudden our experts are like, yeah, 4 and 5, or 3, 4, and 5, we have some issues. All right, so MTSS, we have challenges. One is flip triangles. This is the issue that in the MTSS mode that 80% of children should be able to get to proficiency through Tier 1 instruction. 20% or so will need that additional tier 2 instruction or tier 2 intervention, and then that tier 3 really comes in when those who don't respond to that tier 2 really need that additional. We have flipped triangles, which is we have schools and systems in which 80% of the children need tier 2 intervention, right? Tier 1 isn't enough, right? So that's a flipped triangle. We're providing tier intervention due to personnel and training. So there are schools that are doing great work, but they have interventionist support and literacy specialists that are either it's a 50% position in their school, or they're just so pulled between all different things that they can't get into support. So again, personnel support is an issue, and then supports and scaffolds for our multilingual learners is an issue. Strong leadership, there is strong leadership across the state. As I said, these district leaders are working tirelessly. I mean, I don't think they sleep. I mean, people ask if I sleep, and I know they don't sleep because they're doing much more than I am. But there's variability in communication and sharing of data goals. I'll get to issues of size of our districts in a second. All districts are engaging families and communities, but in some districts it's very school specific and often based on Title I and community school funding, where there is additional support to do a lot more with families and ensure that they're reaching out. So some broader issues to think about. One, the focus of the K through 3, as I just mentioned, from the Maryland Leads initiative has really juiced up the efforts across the state on K through 3. So I'd say K through 3 is really starting, and I think that Dr. Wright really pointed to that in her visits. 4 through 12 have been less engaged in the science of reading. There's a lot more to do in terms of teacher buy-in and training, and so I think across the board there's needs for getting those intermediate and secondary classes up to speed. Sunsetting of the ESSER and CARES Act fund, which I just mentioned, is causing problems because so much of this great work has happened under that ESSER, under that Maryland Leads money, and now it's sunsetted, and districts are like, I don't know what we're going to do without it. Misunderstandings of the science of reading and culturally responsive practices, as I alluded to, is causing a lack of buy-in in some cases. New teachers are ill-prepared for teaching literacy, whether from traditional teacher prep programs or alternative certification pathways. And we're hearing this from district administrators and principals, right? We're spending taxpayer dollars to retrain teachers. And again, we're an import state in many ways. So like I said, this is a factor that we have to address. Siloed administrative structures. So oftentimes, as I said, you have your ELA coordinators, and in our certain districts, and our bigger districts especially, which goes to my last point, right? It's they don't talk to the ESOL coordinators and the special ed districts, and they all respond to different silos. They all respond to different administrators, even talking to principals. Are principals trained in these schools? Well, principals they answer to a different silo. They answer to a different administrator. And so districts that are doing well, it's because it's working from the top down. There's lateral communication, lateral support. Everybody's on board with the literacy initiative. In districts that are struggling, it's because, like I said, a lot of siloing. So this, again, goes to my last point about the differences between LEAs in terms of size, demographics, cultures, right? We have, this is where we're going to need to contextualize a lot of our support in different ways. And I will say that some of our small and medium-sized districts are firing on all cylinders. When I say firing on all cylinders, they're doing great. I can point to several counties that are amazing. So if we look across the state, our overall progress on implementation, this is just to quantify because I'm a quantitative scientist, so I'll quantify in some way. That most districts are in early implementation phase, some in pre-implementation phase where they're piloting. They've just rolled out new curricula. They're rolling out things. Many of them have gone through, like I said, the ESSERS Act and CARES Act money really was heavily implemented in 23-24, so the previous school year. So they really have, the whole school system has just kind of gone through that full year of using some of these systems. And some schools are in full implementation. They've been doing this since 2020, 2021. And some, are, like I said, are in sustaining mode, so they're doing well. We'll quickly go through recommendations.
So in terms of curriculum and instruction, what we found is that a number of school systems are providing training for science of reading. What is it? Whereas others are providing training around curriculum that enacts science of reading. And it's really important for schools to get the support so that teachers have both sets of information. So not only why am I going about teaching students in this particular way, but what should it look like? So that's just one of the major findings for curriculum instruction.
Differentiation of core instruction is another one in which teachers and districts really understanding what does it mean to differentiate an MTSS model and to differentiate the core, that tier 1 instruction. And particularly to scaffold for multilingual learners and for culturally relevant pedagogy. And writing instruction is, as I alluded to, is another one that we recommend pieces on. And for the sake of time, we're not going to go through all of these bullet points, but obviously we'll be happy to answer questions about them. Expanding access to ensure equity, so developing a statewide PD as we've started to roll out in the state. But what's important is that hands-on, that job-embedded coaching, and I will say districts across the board, teachers were like, our specialists, our reading specialists, they come into the building, or they come into my classroom, they co-teach with me, they co-plan with me, they give me non-evaluative feedback. In the districts that are doing well, this is what you see. They're coming in, it's not the principal coming in with a walkthrough and you get that goes into your record, right? This is non-evaluative feedback. Hey, this is what you could have done, here's a good approach. That modeling, that is critical at this juncture, critical. Providing PD opportunities on writing, comprehension, and vocabulary instruction, and as I said before, especially in those intermediate grades and secondary. And developing documents for, as I said, providing models and documents of how to do this job-embedded coaching.
For multi-tier system of support. So how many of you all are familiar with MTSS? Let me just see your hands. Oh, that's most of you, okay. But for those of you that are not, essentially MTSS involves 3 tiers of learning. One is whole group, which is typically done by the classroom teacher. The second is small group, where you take a handful of kids and you work with them on a specific skill that they need support around. And this is often also conducted by the classroom teacher. And then tier 3 is one-on-one support. So where whole class, the student didn't work for the student, the small group also didn't ensure the student got the skill. So then they get one-on-one instruction. And what we found is that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what MTSS can and should look like in classrooms. A lot of teachers, they want to do the work and they want to engage meaningfully, but they either lack the training, they lack the mentorship, or they lack access to materials that are going to help them engage meaningfully with the small groups. Just for the sake of time, there are a lot of words here, but just we're summarizing, and we can ask questions afterwards if y'all have more questions.
And I will say the progress monitoring and using data, right, is effectively understanding when you have this screening or progress monitoring data, using that to inform what is the intervention that you're going to do at that tier 2 level, which is critical because under the balanced literacy approaches, you just these were the level A readers and the level B readers, and you didn't differentiate between the fact, these kids actually have a decoding issue. This child actually has more of a comprehension issue, right? You didn't differentiate by skill. And so this is where that change in culture and that change in understanding really comes in. And so this is where, and especially at that intermediate level, where more is needed. Haywire. So instructional leadership, again, just building from that top down, provided targeted PD for both the administrators, the principals, and the school leadership. Culture relevance, understanding what is culture relevant pedagogy, why do we do it, and there is a scientific basis to it. Foster consistency in leadership practices, implementing standardized leadership practices and clear protocols, walkthroughs. So when principals are doing walkthroughs in their classrooms, what's the feedback, that data analysis, is it evaluative, non-evaluative? And improving communication with families is a critical piece.
And last but not least, community culture and engagement. What we found is that a lot of school systems are really struggling to understand how is it that we go about meaningfully engaging parents. How do we get them to, one, trust us, but also engage on a consistent basis in terms of how do we create bridges between home and school literacies. But what was really interesting is we found that our Title I schools are thriving in this area. Often we tend to talk about Title I schools in really demeaning ways, but what we found is they've got all kinds of insight. And some of them are doing this work because it is mandated as a part of the funding that they receive, but regardless, they do the work. And we found that a lot of our Title I schools have a lot to offer in terms of modeling and showcasing for other schools, not only within their school systems, but just in the state of Maryland. Wonderful work going.
And so we did, and we did do an evaluation of secondary in terms of the comprehensive literacy plans. We did not do visits, but just in terms of the comprehensive literacy plans, we saw the majority of LEAs are working to align high quality instructional materials in grades. So they've using curricula that now goes, 4th through 10th or 4th through 12th. And so the majority of LEAs are either they already have established strong MTSS processes or they're in the process at the secondary level of establishing these processes. So again, this is a culture shift. And so especially at secondary, many of them are just starting that process. And beginning professional development about how content area teachers need to understand the basics of the science of reading or evidence-based practices around literacy. They don't see themselves as literacy teachers, right? I'm a math teacher, I'm a social studies, I'm a science teacher. Right. So they don't see themselves as literacy teachers, whereas understanding those basic, the fact that the vocabulary, how do you get children to understand the vocabulary? How do you get children to see the morphology and the milli and the deci and right? It's like you can break those words apart to get the meaning, right? Those are factors that these teachers don't often think about in their practices. So, all right, thank you very much.
So if we can also take a moment, we have some of our Mile family that's here. Dr. Maddie Peterson and Dr. Laura Groth are also here. And we have some of your future teachers here also. These are juniors from Morgan State University who are actively learning.
Please stand up.
About science of reading.
Welcome.
So they all came here today to support some of these efforts. Thank you. They're like, we didn't ask for all that, Dr. What questions do you all have?
Dr. Michael, can I just say one more thing?
Yes, Dr. Collins, please.
So I just want to personally thank DJ and Simone. You heard a lot, but they didn't talk about the partnership, the power of a partnership. I think we've created a model for how higher ed and state agencies can work together. This has been a 10-month process. We meet weekly, myself, Dr. Smith, weekly meetings, right, with our teams. Hey, Maggie. Just planning and talking, and also kudos to our LEAs who, it's hard to open up your doors when you don't know people, right? And so our goal was to collect some baseline data of what's happening in the state. We accomplished that goal, but together. It wasn't that DJ and their team were out and about and come back. No, it was really a partnership. So I just wanted to publicly thank you and the deans for allowing for this partnership, and the partnership is continuing into this school year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. I must say you all are setting the pace for what true partnership looks like, what scholar practitioners look like across the state, and we are deeply grateful that not only did you bring your expertise to bear, but you scaled up in a moment of need. I know that there was the operational side as well that maybe you didn't study when you prepared to be faculty, but that you both met the moment. So thank you. And I want to acknowledge for the board, while not necessarily the focus of this presentation, we are also speaking with likely the two leading teacher prep faculty who are training teachers across the state and ensuring that that our students are receiving instruction that is aligned to the science of reading in teacher prep programs. And so here, Dr. Bolger and Dr. Gibson, two of the leading teacher educators in this space. So I want to remember that as we're moving forward and talking about that. All right, let me open it up to board members. We've received a lot of material. I know for many of us, this type of implementation data has been on our mind as we've been considering matters pertaining to policy related to literacy. But this is a really good time for us to talk with experts about what we're seeing on the ground as it pertains to where we are. So we'll start with Mr. Paul.
Thank you again for the great presentation and great work. One of the things that caught my ear was the flipped pyramids, and I'm just curious about your experience of that phenomenon. You know, is it that is it a feature of just like the size of the challenges that students are meeting? Is it a mismatch between what our frontline educators are delivering during whole group and what the actual needs of the students are? Is it a feature of the variety of needs experienced in the classroom, such that you couldn't just take the things that you would do during tier 2, bring it into tier 1 for a large group? Can you characterize for us what exactly is happening and what you think some of the solutions are to that flipped pyramid?
I'll say all of the above. Yes.
Yeah, it's nuanced, right? And if you have anyone here who says they've got the solution and they know the exact one issue, listen, we got some issues, right? Don't believe that. For starters, you have really large school systems with teachers who are incredible but potentially underprepared, right? And they are working with curriculum at times that they know is ineffective, but they are pressures for them to enact that curriculum because that's how they're evaluated. So you have a teacher efficacy issue. You also have a buy-in issue, because what we've learned is that teachers do what their principals say is important. And if a principal is not knowledgeable about what's going on with instruction and curriculum, then you have teachers who are buying into a model, even if they don't believe in it, because this is how they're evaluated and this is how their leader has told them they need to move forward. Next, you've got an issue, a misalignment of teachers and their understanding of the values, the literacy strengths and values that their kids already bring to the classroom. They just don't know what to do with it, don't know how to recognize it. So you add that to a curriculum that's not necessarily meeting the needs of kids, administrators who aren't quite aware of the significance of literacy instruction that's impactful and meaningful, as well as teachers not understanding how to capitalize on what their kids are already bringing to the classroom. And those are just a few of what makes this really complex equation of why we have so many kids not knowing how to read. It's not about teacher intelligence, and it certainly isn't about children intelligence. It's about exposure. And I think that's a part of what we learned within this work. The school systems that have provided that exposure, they're seeing outcomes, not only for teachers, teachers feeling good and more confident in their abilities, but also outcomes with kids. So I think that's a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I'd say that ability to have reflective practice, where you go through a lesson and you do a lesson, and obviously you want to contextualize that lesson to some degree for your students. And if it doesn't go well, do you have the time to go back and reteach? Yeah. So in the model that we have and the curricula that we have, these new programs that are out, it's 180 days worth of content, and they have a lesson a day, right? And so the question is, when do you stop and reteach? Otherwise, it all becomes tier 2. And so I think that ends up being another piece of this puzzle here, which is how much time do you have to really reflect, go back. We're in a mode where we're not teaching to skill mastery. We're going to get through the curriculum by the end of the year, and that's what wherever the cards fall, that's where the cards fall.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Just echoing your words, this is such a big effort, and we really appreciate having you as partners. We need as many partners as we can get to get this right, and we're going to get it right. So thank you for being here, and thank you all for choosing teaching. First clarifying question, just really quick. I missed this in the beginning if you said it, so sorry. 86 schools visited across 24 LEAs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Fantastic.
Wait a minute, 86 schools visited? No, we visited 400 and some odd schools.
No,
Oh,
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no. It's no. It's 86 schools. That's 10% of all the elementary schools in the state.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's 10% of all the elementary
Okay,
schools. So we did 10% of every district.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Fantastic. No, that's great. I just wanted to make sure we were covering all 24 here. It sounded like we were, but I didn't catch it at the beginning. So then 2 questions. One, I'm really curious. I don't know. I'm sure you are as well. We're talking about MCAP a little bit later. Did you take a look at, or can we take a look at, the overlay of those that are in their implementation phase against performance in the MCAP?
Yes.
I would love to see, like, if we're in sustaining, are we also seeing the growth that we would expect to see? I would hope so, but.
So yeah, I did, and because it came out, I started to try to do a little bit of analysis. And I was, in some ways, I was surprised that some districts where, and we have, remember, they're collecting progress monitoring data, and we have screening data from them as well. And so in some ways, I was surprised because what's showing up on their progress monitoring data and is not always echoing what's on the MCAP. Which then gets me to I don't want to get on a soapbox about assessment right now, but I will say that there are districts where they're, like I said, where they're firing on all cylinders, and you can see it in the confidence and the independent reading, and it's coming out on some of the scientifically, the DIBELS and certain tests that we know have particular validity. So I would just say that. There should be, and we do need to do some deep dive into the data, and I talked to Dr. Smith about that in the last 2 weeks about diving into the data.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily for accountability. I think it's just an opportunity for us to look and see across all the different assessments that we have.
Yeah.
Because I completely agree with your recommendations from a philosophical standpoint and the way that it all lays out here. I think you have a very comprehensive structure, and the review is very important. I just want to challenge us to continue to look across both of those spaces, so that, and it's not just you, I think it's all of us, right? And I know that we're all curious to do some of those overlays, so fantastic.
But real quick, if I can throw out there, so DJ just said the outcomes aren't necessarily going to be captured in MCAP. I just want to really emphasize that, right? The DIBELS data, iReady, there are different assessments that teachers give, and looking at like that overall score also is not going to give you insight in terms of gains that kids have made. So not only just looking at the overall assessment, but looking at those the sub indicators within those assessments.
Yeah, I don't want us to point to a single assessment. I made MCAP awareness because we're talking about it later today, right. And then parent engagement, I'm really happy to see this in here. I think we don't get forward here without treating our parents as if they're partners in the journey for our children to become literate. And we need to truly partner with them. I would be really encouraged to see where we're finding the bright stars across the state who are engaging multilingual families, especially Latinx families, as we are struggling tremendously in that area for our young people to become literate. So just look like that's not a question. This is just a comment. Like, would love to lift up where those bright spots are so we can start to spread some of those practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you. Very nice work. I want to follow up on Mr. Paul's question. So when you were saying, you gave the examples of what some of the issues were, the question I have is, what do we do about that? I would imagine you'd probably find clusters of those issues in some of the school systems or schools that have historically had some of the lower student performance. We're trying to drive performance, and we're talking about children. I keep reminding myself, this is not numbers, this is people. So what do we do to begin to fix that, to help children learn?
Okay, so coming from higher education, I'm probably starting a little bit of a fight, but we've got to do more. We are preparing the teachers, be it programs that we host at our institutions or programs that we sponsor or collaborate with, and we train their teachers. Higher ed's got to come to the table in some more meaningful ways to ensure that the folks that are in the classrooms are really, really prepared for what that they're doing. It's training. It's training. So the one piece that I think can really, really be improved in the immediate would be higher ed.
I think the second piece there is the tier two, and those tier two, tier three intervention, and providing there are additional supports, and Dr. Gibson has an amazing program at Morgan, and her students, they go in and they do tutoring during the daytime in their elementaries, and that's a model. It's a model that they're going for IDA accreditation, the International Dyslexia Association accreditation, and that's part of the expectation. And that's a model for how we should be doing teacher prep. But it's also a case of there are other instances of districts across the country and areas in Texas and other places where they're using pre-service teachers or paraprofessionals who are on that certification route doing tutoring during the daytime. So there's different models of tutoring to support that tier two. So I think that there's innovative ways as well of kind of providing that additional kind of supports, because we do know that with more intensive supports that those students actually can achieve to proficiency.
Go ahead.
And one more thing, data. You talked about tier two supports. We gotta support teachers and administrators understanding the data that they have. So some of the more successful schools, the principals didn't know so much about literacy, but they understood their data. So what they understood is, okay, in first grade, I got a lot of students who are struggling with X. So I got a little bit of funding. I'm about to move this paraprofessional that I have and give him or her training, and they in turn are gonna go into the second grade class during this period to specifically help with that. Understanding that data and being creative in terms of how you make sense of that data for your school, that we saw some really fantastic outcomes with that.
Mr. Crawford.
Question.
Yep.
To what degree, it's great that we need trained new teachers coming on board. We have a host of very good teachers that are legacy teachers. So when you talk about professional development, do we have professional development that gets to the issues around science of reading? Do we have professional development that deals with the issues of understanding data and how you would use that to make decisions? Are those resources available at the LEA level that can be used to help existing teachers?
And I would say that there are, they've all, especially as I said, K through 3 has had a wealth of professional development. I will say that there's a sense of how much, where the focus of that is. Is it on these kind of Zoom training sessions? Is there job embedded? Is it just on the curriculum? Where some that most effective training is when it's, like I said, job embedded, when you have somebody in the building who's helping you co-plan, co-teach. There's some innovative ways that school districts have started to take their best teachers in the building, their master teachers, as part. And this is, like I said, this is how do you build this into the AIB or the blueprint, but where they actually have video recordings. So they video. They don't have time to maybe come into your room, but they'll video record themselves doing that lesson. And so then it's there for that younger teacher, that novice teacher, or that teacher just that isn't that skilled in this to watch it. And it's a teacher in their building. So there are ways, there are innovative ways, and districts are starting to do them. And we need to amplify that, create some models. And I think, like I said, create means by which they can access what they need. The teachers can access what they need. And the other thing is, like I said, at the end of the day, if you're putting your professional development at 5:30, between 4:30 and 5:30 on a Monday, which is, that's where nothing's going to stick. So it's what's meaningful, what's effective for teachers, when and how. Yeah.
Did I answer your question?
Thank you. Just picking up on this notion of the upside down triangles, as we consider supporting our students that are struggling most, this is part of the problem definition. That our students who are struggling most are concentrated in a subgroup of our schools. And, I think the question that we don't need an answer for at the moment, but, does the playbook look different in that school? When I analyze that data and I have 80% of students that need tier 2 instruction, do I still keep pulling groups of 4 for 15 minutes all day. How does that work? So just as we're thinking about that, thinking through the implementation as it pertains to supporting these students is going to be really important. Let's turn to Ms. Medina.
Thank you. I want to echo my colleagues' sentiments, how thorough your presentation was, and I could genuinely feel like the passion when you're speaking. I really appreciated most how often you were referring to culturally relevant practices, but I was hoping for a little bit of clarification on what your findings are actually saying, right? Because in the first point, it mentioned that lack of culturally relevant practices are a barrier. And then it kind of led into it's a misunderstanding of culturally relevant practices. And then in the action steps, it really only talked about representation in the material. So I just kind of wanted a little bit more clarification on where we want to go with that.
Yeah, we're working. But for starters, there's all three of those. There's misunderstanding in terms of what is cultural responsiveness. There's this assumption that, first of all, you can only be culturally responsive if you are working with poor Black children, which is completely inappropriate. Regardless of who is in front of you, we all have cultures. We can engage. That's one. Two, in terms of actually seeing engagement, enactment of cultural responsiveness, we didn't see as much of that as we would have liked. Okay, so it's both there. And then also in terms of, there are no evaluative measures in place in any of these schools that we went to determine how impactful are you, or how good of a job are you doing at capitalizing on the knowledge that you have of your students and integrating that within your daily interactions. How do you supplement a structured curriculum to ensure it's meeting the needs of your kids and also reflective of who they are, what they know, what makes sense to them? We didn't see enough of that. So you see it phrased in three different ways, and I'm sorry for that miscommunication, but the three ways it's framed, we saw all three of those. Did that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
I will say we as part of we were intentional about building equity into those frameworks, into those rubrics. And so we had conversations, and districts many times came back to us and said, help us think about this. So in many ways, this process was very much an iterative process of, and so there is a bit of that discussion of helping them work through how to think about these issues and how to better integrate, those culturally responsive practices into their daily practice, and what does that mean and look like?
And if I could give one more example, for instance, so we know about our multi-language learners. This is a term most folks know. But when we talked about bidialectical learners, folks said, what? What are you talking about? What does dialect have to do with reading, and how does that have anything to do with instruction in the class? But what we know is some of the same ways you instruct our kids that speak multiple languages is the same way you need to engage our babies who speak in different ways. That's, a way they may not speak general American English. But again, that was verbiage. A lot of the school systems are like, what? So when we're talking about cultural responsiveness, that's a piece of it. Just that recognition.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis.
You mentioned early in the presentation about high quality instructional materials, so I'd like to dig a little bit deeper in that. Were you seeing consistency in a school? Were you seeing consistency across the district? And are you seeing any consistency across the state in the accessibility and use of high quality instructional materials?
You want me to take it? Okay. It varied. I wish I could give you a clean-cut answer and say this school system, it was clear across. Some school systems really did beautiful work in terms of ensuring vertical alignment. You saw it when you went to every third grade class. You saw the same thing happening. When you went to fourth grade, you see how it built. I wish I could say that was the case for every school system, but it's not, and it really varied from school system to school system, and sometimes specific districts within the school system. So there was not consistency across the state, but part of the feedback and a recognition moving forward, a lot of that's some of the feedback that we gave the school systems, and a recognition, we need to do a better job of supporting that. Yeah.
And I will say that we did see that every district is either in the process of implementing or implementing a high quality K through 3 or K through 5 foundational skills, comprehension, knowledge building. what varied is sometimes it's all in one program, sometimes it's in multiple programs, sometimes, and so they're kind of have a menu of options. And one of the things that we know is that when you have that menu of options, that vertical and horizontal alignment, right, is that, well, this program teaches writing this way and this program teaches writing that way, and what are you using for what, and do they align? Because there could be misalignment there. So, and in many of our districts, we do know that that has been an issue in the past, right, where there's this curriculum and we're going to throw in this other curriculum to supplement, but they don't align. So I think, so this is one thing that we were very, that we talked to our districts about, which was that vertical alignment, that horizontal alignment. Some districts, again, that writing component, sometimes they had, many of them had it. There were some that didn't. Some of them had to jettison it because they couldn't afford it, so, or it's being handled in some other small program. But there are cases in which we need to, kind of shore up those, that everything is happening kind of at scale, and that you have good vertical and horizontal alignment.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson, and then Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Thank you so very much for your report. I have two questions I'd like to present to you. First, you talked about educating all educators, but did you specifically look at school leaders, administrators? Have they had the training that they need to be the lead for the literacy program? Because I think that's very important. And also, have you outlined leadership actions? What leadership actions should those principals put in place or have that they will actually make a go of the literacy program? And the second question that I have is around the data literacy cycle, data collection and analysis cycle. Would you recommend that the state create a cycle for the LEAs to follow and also to actually be trained in and then follow?
Can you clarify the last question about the data? When you say creating a cycle, what do you have in mind?
A data literacy cycle. I'm from a long time ago when we all were trained by the state. There was a specific cycle, data cycle, that we used in schools that actually could feed back to the state to let them know how well we were looking at data and implementation of the areas that we needed to look at so that our schools could do better, instead of everyone having their own little cycle.
To that last point is many districts have gone, that they're doing 6 to 9 week cycles of dibbles or of progress monitoring, usually monthly with those who are identified for tier 2, tier 3. And so some of them have outlined good models. I think, like I said, are they strongly implementing those models? I think there might be some variability in terms of how well they're implementing those models. I do think that having a strong model that this is how it should be done. That's where that data literacy is something that I think these districts could really use some refinement of. This is best practice for data literacy at the district level, at the school level, and then and between the teacher and the reading specialist or and that was built into our rubrics to capture, is this happening? And like I said, there are some districts that are, doing a good job, and I think there's some that are they're just planning that this year in this coming year. So I think districts are in different places on that.
And in terms of administration, one of the drivers that was embedded within our evaluation of the school systems was for leadership. So while some schools maybe in the past have done a great job informing and training their administrators, others not as much, but we can proudly report that all 24 LEAs have literacy plans in place that reflect training and ongoing support for administrators around science of reading and evidence-based practices, as well as, which specifically includes data, as well, knowledge of data and analyzing, as well as visiting teachers and understanding what they're looking for when they're in classrooms.
Thank you. Excellent. Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Hi. You know how much I love this work,
And I remember when it started, and I looked at you and I said in my head, this is like boiling the ocean. And I think you are systematically achieving that boiling process. But I do want to just highlight some things. So coaching is key, non-evaluative coaching, and I know that some districts, because of budgetary issues, are pulling their reading coaches back into the classrooms, and probably that's also maybe because of teacher shortages. So I think we have to be knowledgeable and understanding that this work really can't be achieved in the way you intend it without coaches. The administrative PD, I think, is really critical and crucial. I love that you brought up the concept and real issue of bidialectal differences in classrooms, and that is a real PD need for teachers. That I also think, and I've done a lot of different, and I'm not a statistics person, but I'm a consumer, and I've done a lot of PD on the way tests are constructed, and sometimes the way tests are constructed in the norming process doesn't necessarily match up with instruction. So while we will see gains on the ground in the trenches, when we take those tests that have been constructed in certain ways, you're not going to see the gains, and it's very debilitating to teachers, to kids, and families. So I think as a state, we have to figure that out. A whole week worth of testing is not necessarily going to show what teachers are doing in classrooms. So I think that's something for us to work on. And then the other thing, this is just a random question. Does the size of the LEA make a difference? I'm wondering if your smaller LEAs are able to implement easier for whatever reason than the larger LEAs. Just a random question, and thank you for listening.
Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, and it's pretty clear. And some of our smaller districts have been the ones who have been the most effective and have had very strong implementation. I think that translation from top to bottom and everybody being in alignment, I think it's critical. I think the feedback loop as well is critical, right? Is that do the district leaders know what the teachers on the ground need? And when it has 5 or 6 levels to go through, I do think that these larger districts are trying, and but it's a bigger ship to turn, if you will, and to get all of the pieces in alignment. And I think that's where I think doing that at scale. That's good. Yeah.
Great, Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. I love the work that you guys are doing. It's amazing. I remember coming to your kickoff event, and you spoke of literacy as a civil rights issue, and it really is. I want to ask you a question and touch on something you said when you were talking about multi-tiered systems of support. And you said, you've got teachers that have 180 days worth of lessons, and they have this curriculum, and they are trying to push through and get all 180 days of those lessons through, and then they can't take the time to go back and reteach. Is the way that we're currently designing curriculum and expecting teachers to deliver curriculum getting in the way of us really meeting individual learners' needs on a day-to-day basis?
And I'll say that from my perspective, I think that there's a need to get to skill mastery on some of these things. And I think that the way that we're set up is not to get to skill mastery. I think that we have to be thoughtful. We want to, you hear a lot about pacing, and when pacing is good, it works well. But, how do you understand how do you know when your children are falling through the cracks and that pacing is just too fast for them? And do you have the opportunity to slow down, go back, reteach? And that's that reflective process. And do we have the opportunity? I do think that that programs, I do think that curricular programs need to build in that reflective practice, and opportunities for reteaching. There's opportunities for checks and those types of things. So I think that we need to be sure, like I said, when we're purchasing these programs off the shelf, and that school districts are saying, I need you, do the districts really understand what's in those programs, and have they had those conversations with those producers, those publishers, about those types of issues? Because I think that's really I think the publishers need some pressure about how they are building out these things as well.
But I also mentioned the teacher efficacy piece earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have knowledge, it's easier for you to supplement and modify a curriculum.
Yeah, that's it.
When you don't have that knowledge, you stick to the script. But the question is, when and how do you ensure that teachers are prepared enough to supplement and kind of go off script a little bit and say, wait a minute, I'm supposed to dedicate 7 minutes to this, but I see we need more time on this, so I need another 3 minutes, I need another, whatever it is. So helping teachers have the confidence to understand when they can, kind of supplement. That's a complication in and of itself, right?
Yeah, and I think you also hear teachers talk about how they have to stick to exactly what's in the script. They're not even if they do have the
That's right.
efficacy,
That's
they're
right.
not allowed. So that's part of what I'm saying is are we getting in our own way, in the way that we're I mean, I know that we're trying to standardize teaching to some degree, but at what degree does it become a detriment rather than
good implementation science says fidelity. Fidelity isn't it's fidelity to the principles, not fidelity to
That's
the
right.
script,
That's right.
So this is the lesson. This is the way that is best to teach. But how do I contextualize
That's
it
right.
to my students? So it's fidelity to the principles. It doesn't have to be fidelity to the script. Sorry. Good.
Yeah, and I think that might be a message we need to get out more broadly, because I think there are places where they're saying fidelity to the script.
Mm-hmm.
You must teach this, and you must use these materials, and you must be on this day. And if I come into your classroom on day 27 and you're doing day 25,
Yeah.
then you have a problem, an evaluative problem. And I think that's something we need to figure out how to tackle.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
I have one more question, and it really centers around higher ed. If you look at that flip triangle, especially where districts that are performing poorly, most of the kids are going to be within tier 2. So how is higher ed preparing teachers to do exactly what you just mentioned, to use their teacher knowledge, their dispositions, to instruct in that area?
So there are a couple ways you do it. One, you pair candidates with teachers who do this work really well so they see it. 2, you give them really great practicum experiences, not where they're just observing, but where they actually get to engage. So this class will be working with one student, but we have other classes where you work specifically with small groups, and other classes where you work with whole groups of learners. So the practice, the mentorship, but also just the observation of folks who do this and do it really, really well. And it may seem intuitive, but I don't know if that's necessarily the norm of what's happening in preparation programs.
That's right.
But when you see that, I think you have teachers. I mean, I don't know what prepares you for the first year of teaching, right? I mean, it's crazy, and it's a whole lot. But I think those types of experiences better prepare our candidates when they do get into the classroom to address small group learning, to address the MTSS model.
So are you sharing these recommendations or thoughts with other universities and teacher preparation programs?
Well, we're working on it.
And I'll just kind of wrap this piece up. That's also incumbent upon us. We approve the educator prep programs. That is our role here. And so to the extent that we are making these learnings, we need to cycle that back into the work of the department. One last question before we wrap this segment up. The Blueprint's largest investment in early literacy at the scale of $50 million a year did not come up once in your presentation today, and that is the TSI fund. And so my question to you is, did you see that investment show up in your findings? How do you see that playing out on the ground, and any implications as we're in this implementation stage around the Blueprint and early literacy as we're seeking to move forward and move practice for all of our teachers and students?
So the community, when you had community, one of the things we heard across the board was Title I schools, community schools, and some of those schools with that extra support were the ones firing on all cylinders. They they had and there was jealousy. There's jealousy against those who don't from their peer schools that don't have as many of those resources. And if you look in some of our districts, those are the schools that are the high performing schools in the districts. So yes, they're effective. Those funds are effective. Those community school funds, those the TSI funds, the Title I funds are effective.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We got a few more. I thought we were good. Let's get Dr. Getty.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I want to first acknowledge and totally appreciate your hard work of visiting 500 classrooms. I know that when we do visits, it's kind of superficial, but it's exhausting. So your work must be exhausting. And I just want to offer a comment on when you go to visits, I would encourage you and promote the idea that you include pre-K, and so that when you're in schools and being influencers, that you promote the idea that the pre-K teachers need to be involved in the science of reading training. I would include that at the college level, that the early childhood educators are not graduating without a science of reading class under their belts. You have to know where the students are expected to go to prepare them for kindergarten. I think we aren't going to increase kindergarten readiness, and we are not going to meet literacy goals in the state of Maryland without that particular group of teachers, students, and especially parents on board. So I thank you for your work.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Ms. Chang?
Thank you for all the hard work you presented here. Just have one quick question about the engagement for the community. Do you see any specific area that during your presentation some district did or some school particularly did well in that area, but how's the overall and how we are going to set up some policy kind of level to engage our family, our community engagement? Thank you.
So we saw stronger family engagement with schools that partnered with community organizations. So they didn't just kind of try to take the responsibility on themselves, but they partnered with local, be it the library, be it whoever, to help ensure that parents were not only informed, but knowledgeable. So I don't know if this is a policy implication so much, but the schools that seem to flourish from a parental involvement standpoint, they just had really strong community partners that helped them to leverage this work.
And they also tend to be community schools.
Community schools.
They'd be tied to Judy. They use the Judy centers. They use the other types of resources. So the schools and one thing that we spoke to districts about is how to use those schools as models and create kind of a repository of, hey, these are the types of things that work. These are the types of things that don't work as well. So
great. Mr. Gadam.
I just want to start off with a thanks for preparing this presentation and doing all this work. I had a quick question first about, I think the graph you present on slide 11, the overall progress on literacy implementation. I was just wondering if you could clarify for me, like what the X and Y axis, the numbers meant.
So we had ranked the different districts on where they were on all these different indicators. E, exploratory; P, preparation; I, implementation; or S, sustainment. So I just put those into numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of on each of those indicators. Average, So each district had an average number. So what you see there is basically a histogram of where those districts are in terms of the, just to get a sense of where is the state overall in the process of implementing evidence-based practices.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So for instance, for pre-implementation, there are 7 schools that scored either a 2 or a 2.5. So they're in that pre-implementation phase. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Right. Thank you. About this, I was just wondering, do you know, for these schools to move on from pre-implementation to early implementation to the other parts of the progress, if it's just on time, if they just need more time to get through and accumulate all the materials, get the professional development and the resources ready, or if they're facing roadblocks, for example, these schools that are in early implementation, if it's not just about the time needed to move to implementation, but about whether they need extra resources or not.
So I'd say it's a little bit mixed, but I would say largely it's the case that some of the districts are just started, so they didn't take advantage of the LEADS money initially. So there's some things like some just are just buying new curricula this year. So they might have piloted some things. And so what happens is they put off the training and other things until those curricula are in place. So there are, I would say, and a lot of them have started certain practices, like MTSS practices, data practices. And they might have, some districts who are in implementation started them 2 years ago or really fully implemented in 23, 24. And in every school district where other districts are still writing those recommendations. And that was what's on their agenda for this summer. So, or districts were completing science of reading training for all their teachers this summer. So really they were in progress or, in that early implementation, but to be in full implementation would be that everybody across the district, schools are uniform implementation for at least a full year or so.
Great. Thank you. Excellent. This has been very informative. This is, for our work, this has been our top line priority, and having this on the ground analysis is instrumental as we engage in our work. So thank you for your leadership and your partnership. Thank you to the department for engaging these partners, and we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are well overdue for our morning break. We're going to take a 6-minute break. We are going to come back at 11:20, and we will return then. this is a follow-up from last month's meeting where we reviewed the initial release of MCAP data, and we are now preparing to engage in this deeper supplementary analysis where we have captured the items that our board hoped to review so that we can dive deeper. Earlier in the meeting, we talked about many of the persistent inequities that exist in our data, and this is an opportunity for us to understand a bit deeper on our literacy, mathematics, and science achievement where we are. Very good. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
All right, thank you so much. And we're having Mr. Sanderson come to the table. As you know, he is the deputy responsible for accountability and our assessment team. So I'm going to turn it over to you. He's done a separate analysis that I think will be helpful for you to see in terms of cohort data, et cetera. And then we'll open it up after his presentation for any questions that you might have. Oh, and Matt Duque is at the table as well. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good morning, board members. Welcome, new board members. I'm Jeff Sanderson, and with me today is Dr. Matt Duque. He is our Director of Research, and we wanted to share with you all some additional analyses that we've done in response to questions raised in or during the August board meeting when we shared with you the most recent 2024 MCAP results. So what we thought we'd try to do, go through, I would fashion this probably more closely with wading away from the shallow end and not so much at that deep dive just yet, because I suspect as we go through the information today, it's going to generate many more questions that we are prepared to best answer in follow-up analyses as we unpack additional information and looking at the intersections that occur within student achievement and how it relates to other factors. And so what we thought we'd share with you today is we are going to present some cohort proficiency trends, looking at multiple cohorts over a period of time to try to see what is the trends that we're seeing within those different cohorts of students. Look at proficiency and in the lens of performance level changes. And so for students that perform at one level in 1 year, what is their performance in the next year? Are they moving up? Are they moving down? Are they staying the same? Trying to get a better sense of what is our movement across the various performance levels. Breaking down race, ethnicity, and also looking at service groups, seeing what are some of those additional intersections that occur with students. And so as an example, what is the performance of students that come from one particular ethnicity that receive special education services versus those students that come from the same ethnicity that do not receive special education services? What is the difference in, if any, in performance? And then looking at school level analyses, we have a host of different ways that we've tried to unpack this data. And then when we get into the appendix as part of the printed copy and electronic posted copy, you'll find many reports. And it's not necessarily curated, but what we try to do is at least provide a table of contents so that you can quickly get to information that might be of greatest interest to you. And so with that, we have a couple of companion slides for ELA and mathematics relative to proficiency. For this first slide, you are going to want to read it essentially left to right or across each row. And it's a little bit of a square peg in a round hole, and I'll share with you some of that. It's why we were trying to highlight as close as we could third graders and as they matriculate across their academic career and how they end up performing during that period of time. And so what you'll see for the first row is this is the longest cohort that we have profiled. It represents third graders from the 2019 school year, which would be the 2018-2019 school year. And then how did they do all the way until 8th grade, once they got to 8th grade in the 2023 or 2024 school year, based on those most recent results. And what you'll see is for the same group of students, they would have to have had academic records in each of these assessment events. And so it's able for us to track over this extended period of time what is their trajectory based on when they started in third grade ELA MCAP to where they finished in eighth grade ELA MCAP. And you'll see that we had approximately 7 percentage point gain, 6.8 percentage point improvement for this cohort of students. One thing I do want to highlight, we've talked a lot about, and you'll see this throughout the slides today, the 2020 school year would be 1920. That would represent in the spring, the pandemic closure and when it came to be. And then in the 2021 school year, we did have school, but it was hybrid with combination of instructional models. And we did not assess in the 2020-2021 school year until the fall of the 21, and it was an abbreviated test at that. So not optimal for trend comparisons, but we did at least want to provide some information. And so I'll keep referencing that as we go through today's presentation about looking at that particular year with caution, and just be aware that it was an unusual year for testing. But as you see, go down to the next cohort of students that we have for 3 through 6 that we were able to track. And what we were trying to attempt to do is to be able to start with third grade in each of these cohorts. And so that is why, as an example, you do not see 3 through 7 as a grade span, because that grade span would have been third graders in the 1920 school year. And so they would not have had a third grade assessment to be able to start as the baseline, if you will, for being able to monitor performance over a period of time. And so you'll see here it is somewhat unusual, and that's part of my caution, where you see a 25.6 percentage point increase. But if you omit the first year, which again was that abbreviated assessment year in which we had a shortened test, we also had a different way of performance levels. The traditional MCAP assessment, as we know it now, has 4 different cut scores, or you could score a 1, 2, 3, or a 4. In this abbreviated test for that school year, it only had 3 performance levels of 1, 2, and 3, and so it was a different test in its design. And if you were to start with the 2022 school year in this instance, you would really recognize approximately a 2.4 percentage point gain over the course of this cohort. Looking at 3 through 5, you'll see actually a slight decline over the course of 3 years from third graders that tested in the 21-22 school year to those that were fifth graders testing most recently. And then the final group here is for the last 2 years, third graders in the last school year, and then how did they do most recently in the spring of 2024. And you'll see a modest increase there as well. What we tried to do on this next slide, it maybe is a little visually easier to track, is if you look at this in more of a diagonal fashion, what you'll see is how do I stair-step down each grade level. And so as an example, for the third grade class, once again, you'll see that in the 2018-19 school year, they had a proficiency rate on grade 3 MCAP of 43.2%. If you track that following the unshaded white cells all the way down to the bottom right, you'll see once again as 8th graders, that same cohort of students finished at 50% proficiency rate on essentially the 8th grade MCAP ELA assessment. And you can follow that same pattern as you crosswalk through each of these. Ultimately, what you'll see is 4 of the 5 cohorts that we've tracked in this example at least had some increases in English language arts performance over this period of time. For math is going to be a bit of a different story as we've been monitoring, and so we'll try to better unpack the mathematics performance here today for you all and show what has been pre- and post-pandemic performances and what we are continuing to see in more of a long-term trend analysis. So similarly for this slide, you will want to look from across the rows. You'll start on the left-hand side and scan or work your way across to the right. And so in the first illustration for 3 through 8, which presents us the most comprehensive period of time, you have 5 testing events because, again, we had the furlough year in which we did not assess due to the pandemic in the 1920 school year. But for this cohort of students, you'll see that in 3rd grade in the spring of 2019, they had a proficiency rate of 45.4%. You'll see that over the period of time, they dropped dramatically and had a net loss in percentage and proficiency rates of 23.1 percentage points. And so a pretty significant loss over this period of time. You'll see that almost hold true in each example. Again, grades 3 through 6, that second cohort, is a little bit of an anomaly because their baseline year began on the heels coming back from the pandemic. And so it would have been that first year when we assessed students using that abbreviated assessment that I mentioned earlier. And so if you were to shift and start with the first full MCAP assessment for the 3 through 6 cohort, you actually would recognize a loss over the testing period for their most recent 3 years. And then you'll see the same trends hold true for the remaining 3rd and 4th cohorts that we illustrated in this example. For this one, similarly, stair-step concept, starting with 3rd grade in the upper left and moving your way to the bottom right to follow as they matriculate from one grade level to the next. Again, you'll see for that group of 3rd graders from 2019, they went from 45.4% proficiency to 22.4% in 2024. You'll see for the remaining cohorts as they go through in the diagonal the trends that were just illustrated on the earlier slide for mathematics. For this slide, we have reworked this one a bit for those members that joined us during the Education Transformation and Finance Committee meeting earlier this month. Based on that feedback, we went back to try to maybe make this a little more visually obvious in what we were trying to convey in this slide. What we're trying to share with you all in this illustration is 2 years of performance, comparing students in 2023 to how they did in 2024. And what is the relationship between how I performed in the prior year to how I perform in the current year? A couple of the quick takeaways, and then I'll describe each of the bar charts for you. But if you look at the subtitle here, you'll see for English Language Arts, for students that were not proficient in 2023, their proficiency rate in 2024 was 15.8%. And so not a high likelihood if I was a previous non-passer for me to become a passer in 1 year's period of time. And conversely, if you look at for those students that did experience success in 2023, you'll see that the proficiency rate for them in 2024 was at 84.5%. And so if I was a passer in 2023, I achieved a level 3 or a level 4 status and was considered proficient in 2023, the likelihood of me maintaining my proficiency status in 2024 was very high. It was at 84.5%. Now, if you look at the bar charts individually, we'll start on the left-hand side. This represents the level 1 performers from 2023. And so this would be all students that achieved level 1 performance in 2023. We wanted to unpack and see how did they do in 2024? What was the movement of their performance? And so as kind of color shading, we have inserted the text, but to make sure that we have visual cues as well, blue represents level 1 performance, gray represents level 2 performance. Then you'll see that we have for level 3 performance is orange, and then level 4 is yellow. And so let me start with level 1 performance. Again, this represents the first chart, the farthest left represents all students that achieved a level 1 score in 2023. How did they do in 2024 in that subsequent school year on English Language Arts? And what you'll see is that 50.5% did not achieve a higher performance level. They maintained level 1 performance. So I was a level 1 performer in 2023. Half of them maintained level 1 status in 2024. For the remainder of those students, you'll see that the majority of them did move, but they moved up to level 2. That's where 48.4% comes in, which means they still are not achieving the proficiency standard, but they have improved performance, at least one performance level. And then we did have a small percentage of students, approximately 1% of our students, that were previously non-passers scoring a level 1 achievement on the MCAP that moved up to level 3 or proficiency standard in the subsequent year. That is how we stair-step through the remaining levels. You'll see for level 2, similarly that you had, for those that were level 2 in 2023, you did have some percentage, which was 14.6%, that actually regressed and achieved a level 1 score in 2024. The majority of level 2 students maintained level 2 status in their next year testing, but we did observe 19% of students that improved to a proficiency score. So they went from level 2 to level 3. And then for level 3 and level 4, you'll see fairly stable performance. We did have some percentage of students at 17% that were previously passers and did not maintain that proficiency or at least that level 3 status and regressed to level 2 status. The majority of them maintained level 3 performance, and then we had 7.8% that bumped up to the highest performance level at level 4. And then for the level 4 students, virtually all of them maintained their proficiency status. They just didn't necessarily all maintain their performance at a level 4. Some did regress, that's the 48.8%. So you had about half of the students that previously achieved level 4 that this year most recently achieved level 3. Still considered proficient, but not scoring at the same level as they did in the prior year. For mathematics, we had already alluded that mathematics is seeing bigger impact from pandemic and potentially other factors. And what you'll see for key takeaways here is if I did not pass the mathematics test, if I did not achieve proficiency in 2023, the likelihood of me achieving proficiency in 2024 came in at just a little over 5%. So high likelihood that if I did not achieve proficiency first year, I'm not going to achieve it at least in the second year. You'll also see flip side or conversely for that, if I did achieve the proficiency standard in 2023, then approximately 74% of those students returned or maintained proficiency status in 2024. So it's not quite as high on maintaining proficiency if I was a proficient student in 2023 as we saw in English language arts, because that was approximately 10% higher. But you still have strong majority, about 3/4 of students, if they are achieving proficiency in 2023 or in year one, they maintain that proficiency status or re-achieve that proficiency status in 2024. The bigger tell here when we were unpacking this originally and then went back and worked on the file some more is that, and what I think is frustrating for us as we analyze this data is if I achieve level 1 performance in the first year in 2023, there's a much higher likelihood that I will return to level 1 performance in 2024 or in that second year. And that's represented by the 71.7% that you see in the blue bar, which would indicate that essentially no change in mathematics performance over a 2-year period. And so if I achieved that lowest performance level, I was most likely, based on the data profile, to once again achieve that same performance level in the second year. As you scan across, you will see some movement as we get to level 2. You had approximately 9% of students that previously were not proficient that did achieve proficiency or level 3 status in 2024. For level 3, concerning as well as we see a larger share of our previous proficient students that are sliding or regressing into level 2 in their second year of adjacent testing, which is represented by approximately 27.8% of students that previously achieved proficiency did not achieve proficiency or return to that same passing status in 2024. And then in the level 4, this one doesn't distribute quite as equally as we saw in ELA. ELA, you may recall, it was approximately half of the students maintained level 4 and about half of them slid to level 3, but were still considered proficient or still achieved that proficiency standard. Similar story here for level 4s in mathematics, but there's a larger share of students that are not returning to level 4 status in their second year of testing. The next couple of slides, what we tried to illustrate is through line charts, performance based on ethnicity to see the gaps. And basically what you're trying to visually cue in on is lowest lines compared to the highest lines. And the key takeaway here, we've seen this data last month, we've seen it persist for multiple years of analyzing MCAP data. But the two racial groups that continue to be highest performing are our Asian student group and our white student group. The two student groups that continue to struggle the most with MCAP assessments are our African American and our Hispanic students. The key takeaway for me in this one is even though we are seeing some modest increases over the past 3 years, you'll be able to observe that the space between each line remains fairly consistent. And so the gap is not closing. It may not be widening to any significance, but it's definitely not closing. And ideally what we would like to see is all lines trending upwards, but we would like to see the lower performing lines trending at a steeper ascent so that we would have some closure in performance and students in having more universal achievement for all of our students. For ELA broken down by student group, similar story, you'll just see that the service groups represent the greatest challenges. So those students that are multilingual students, those students with disabilities, and those students that come to us from economic hardships present with the greatest challenges on MCAP data. The dotted blue line represents the overall state average for reference lines for comparison. And here you'll see similar story where we do see some ascent in achievement across this period of time. It's mostly flat, but even in the instance where we do see some increase, it's not disrupting the gap itself. The gap, for the most part, is persisting and in some cases may be expanding between our student groups relative to English language arts. For mathematics, a similar illustration, it's just going to be compressed because our overall mathematics performance is about half the proficiency rate of our overall English language arts performance. And so the starting place is going to be lower and less opportunity for distance between your floor and your ceiling in performance. But you'll see a similar story with the top two performing ethnic groups being our Asian and our white student groups. And those that are struggling the most coming in are our African American and our Hispanic students. Similar trend data as far as the linear progression from one year to the next with little movement or closure relative to the gaps that exist between our student learners. For service groups, same story here. It's just, again, going to be more compressed because in mathematics, our students in general are struggling more with this test. And so you're going to have a lower ceiling overall, and then it becomes more compressed between the learning of our students because there's not greater variance in achievement. You'll see here that, once again, the state average coming in at 21% up to most recently 24% proficient in all tests in mathematics. You would compare that to service groups and those students that are receiving meal service identified as economically disadvantaged had a proficiency rate of 11% most recently. You'll see for those multilingual students and students with disabilities, they equally had proficiency rates of 6%. So the last or later part of these slides represents some of the ad hoc requests that you all had presented to us in the last board meeting. These are some of the special interest analyses that we conducted based on some of the supports that are being provided to our schools for a variety of reasons. For this first one, what we tried to gauge is what is the differential based on poverty. And so trying to create some groupings of schools that potentially have similar rates of poverty, not exact, but in some level of close proximity. How are they doing relative to schools that have more poverty rates or more impoverished than lower poverty rates? And so we created 4 categories of schools. Within these are 4 buckets of performance. The low category would represent all schools that have economically disadvantaged thresholds of 0, no students eligible for meal service, up to 39% as the maximum, and that created what we reference as the low poverty schools, or the least impoverished. The next category that you'll see is modest. For modest, that represents a threshold of 40% poverty for a particular school, up to 59% poverty, and so that is the band there. Continuing, you'll see concentrated poverty, which is represented by 60% poverty up to 79% poverty for those schools. And so they serve students that they have an overall school profile of at least 60% economic disadvantage up to 79%. And then that final one, which is the high concentrated, represents those schools that are at least 80% poverty rate up to the maximum value. And so what you'll see, again, clear disparities exist across the 4 school levels in their performance, with low-performing schools having the overall highest proficiency rates in English language arts and in mathematics compared to our schools that have the most concentrated levels of poverty. The pattern's a little unusual with respect that we do see our highest poverty schools making the largest gains in English language arts. And then the trend reverses. When you look at mathematics, they actually aren't maintaining that same level, and schools with the least amount of poverty actually are showing larger gains in mathematics over the period of 3 years that we examined.
Before we move on, I just want to anchor in the blueprint on these levels. So our highest concentrated poverty schools are the schools that were identified first for community schools. They have per pupil grants in operation over the last 2 years. That strategy is being implemented. The concentrated poverty schools, for the most part, these are the schools that they're in planning. They may have their first year of funds, but they have that community school coordinator. They're making the plans, but in terms of the blueprint, they're still in the implementation. They're community school eligible, but they're in process. That modest, these are, for the most part, schools that are eligible in some sort for Title I funds, could be targeted support, so they're getting some support. And then our low generally are schools that do not qualify for additional support programs. So this breakdown kind of helps us overlay those programs, state and federal, into the schools.
For the next illustration, what we wanted to look at is those schools that are identified as comprehensive support and improvement that receive some of the most intense response of stages of intervention. You'll see here that there are 4 categories identified within the CSI umbrella, and then we also used or included as a comparison those that are not CSI schools, and so that we have a frame of reference of comparing schools that are receiving additional supports compared to those schools that are not. We identified them here based on the reason why they were identified as comprehensive support and improvement. So you'll see for lowest performing, that represents the schools that have achievement at the lowest 5% of performance within the state. The next one for low graduation rates, part of the identification process here is that for schools that do not achieve at least 2/3 of their students graduating on time are identified. So schools that have a graduation rate below 67% would be identified for comprehensive support and improvement. The low-performing student group would be those students that have those schools that have previously been identified and staged for intervention, but not at the comprehensive level. It was at a least restrictive stage of intervention, but they have not improved enough to no longer be identified, and so they have shifted for persistent years of low performing into comprehensive support and improvement category. And then those that are not exiting would be based on those schools that have not achieved the exit criteria in order to no longer be identified. And then that final grouping again would be everyone else. Those schools that were not identified for any of the stages within, any of the reasons within a comprehensive support and improvements. And so similarly, what we provided to you all here is English, language arts, and mathematics performance over the last 3 years. What has been the difference in performance of these particular schools based on their reason, and what are we observing in this data. For this one, what we did observe is that the English language arts proficiency for the schools identified as CSI increased more so on average than those that we saw within the schools not CSI identified. When we got into mathematics, again, it's that little bit of an opposite trend that we observed in earlier slides, where the schools that are not identified as comprehensive support and improvement are recognizing some somewhat larger gains over the 3-year period than our schools that are presented with greater challenges and that are receiving those additional resources. For this one, again, special interest analysis for you all, specifically addressing community schools and their performance compared to schools not identified as community schools. What we attempted to do here is based on recognizing there's a period of implementation for community schools, is to identify 3 cohorts of schools or 3 years of identification that would have had an opportunity to get past that initial planning period and also have opportunity for implementation of some of those wraparound supports that are afforded to our community schools. And then what is that performance in comparison to those schools that are not identified as community schools? And what you'll see here is somewhat consistent performance for our schools not identified as community schools. We do observe some pattern of improvements within our community schools, but overall, when you're comparing all schools and the movement that we're seeing between the 2 types of schools, there's not what I would consider a significant difference in the achievement from one school compared to a different school, at least comparing community schools with respect to schools not identified as community schools. And then the last slide, and we will open it up to you all for questions, is it's busy when you have an opportunity, and for the public at large, when they have the opportunity, we have provided supplemental reports that are available based on a variety of interests. And so what we tried to go through and curate somewhat is looking at more traditional performance for LEAs over a 3-year period, that being 2022, 23, and then 2024. That's a pretty standard report for the office, broken out by subject and by grade level. We also want to look at specifically some of the kind of newer indicators that we are paying particular attention to relative to our aligned metrics exercise. You'll recall that we have set specific targets in grade 3 literacy, grade 5 mathematics, and then also looking at cumulative average for performance across 3 through 8 in ELA and 3 through 8 in mathematics. Last month in particular, we set out some pretty ambitious goals of seeing 5 percentage point increase in those respective indicators annually. Continuing what we went with some, we unpacked the performance level 1, those students that are achieving the lowest score on our MCAP test, and better understanding what has been changed for LEAs for their groups of students that are achieving that performance level. We touched on the cohort analyses today. We have some additional tables that are available for you all for review performance level changes. We talked about if I was not passing in first year, what is the likelihood of me to transition into a passing or proficiency standard. We have some additional tables on that. Certainly looking at those intersections between race, ethnicity, and service groups and the impacts that various attributes have on student outcomes. Looking at CSI schools, we touched on the school poverty, community schools, and then the final illustration that we provided to you all was looking at our schools that are making the largest gains and what are some of the features about those. And so you have, as a supplementary report, where we observed over a period of time the achievement of proving the most. And for our top 50 in, schools across different grade levels, just observing what was the largest gains made for these particular schools. And with that.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. We appreciate the analysis and all the supplementary pieces. Just colleagues, looking at the time, wanting to keep our questions focused. So to the extent that you're asking a question that is for additional information beyond where we are here, let's just flag that. We'll tag it, make sure you get that. If it's a question, a clarifying question, let's try and get that answered here today about the data that you see in front of you. And if there is a comment about next steps, let's go ahead in terms of questions that you have about that. We'll flag that, and then we'll ensure we get follow-up on that. Let's see. Let's get started. Who would like to go first? Dr. Mila McCarthy.
So my questions are quick. Thank you. Yeah. This is daunting and great work. So two things. In the future, as we look towards increases, I've asked this question before, what constitutes increases versus what constitutes statistically significant increases in scores? So I think that would be something that we as a group look at. And then the other thing I wanted to say about math is we have a prolific amount of research on reading, implementation science for reading. We don't have that with math. And so I think this is a call to government agencies, to universities to look at how do we build a research agenda and then implement that agenda for the benefit of children when we want to know what are the research-based practices for math instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Mila McCarthy. Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. I actually want to follow up on Dr. Millie McCarthy. First, I want to say thank you for the presentation and the deep dive into data, and for President Michaels for adding this component based on the last meeting. How the presentation today is what we should have started with a month ago. So thank you, appreciate it. What I do want to say is that the English language arts, you're right, we have progress. For mathematics, it's clear that it's stagnant and it's not moving. And so the efforts and time that we're spending on literacy, I want us to do the same for numeracy. We can't get out of the hole that we're in for mathematics if we don't spend a concerted amount of time and utilize resources at the university level as well as the experts here at MSDE to help us to move. And so I know the literacy policy, the literacy plan is up for policy is up for discussion in October, but I'm expecting that the month right after that we'll be talking about numeracy and mathematics. Thank you.
That is on our agenda, just so you know, Dr. Golson. We don't have a meeting in November, so we were planning actually to bring that to you in January. And so you're going to be seeing the exact same effort toward literacy as you, or toward math as you will toward literacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Mr. Greer.
Just a very quick clarifying question. I can never remember this. When did we move from Park to MCAP?
I'm sorry.
When did we move from Park to MCAP?
It would have been, you look more confident, so I'll let you.
Yeah, it's just confusing.
So 2019, we started calling it MCAP, but it was still Park. So the MCAP, 2021 was the first MCAP, and then 22 was the first MCAP as we know it.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat back so I have this. 2019 was Park, 2021 was Park, but termed MCAP. Or no, 2019 was still called MCAP, but it was still
2019 was the last Park.
But it was
the last official.
It was actually, though, not a pure park. It was mostly park in 2019. 2015 to 2018 are our pure park.
Pure park. Okay.
2019 is mostly park with some new items as we started adapting, but it is generally a through line.
And 2021.
2021 was the fall shortened.
Yeah, exactly.
So 2022 was the
it was a
first.
condensed assessment, which was comprised mostly of park or mostly of MCAP, our
MCAP.
stuff, a little bit of both.
I believe it was MCAP, am I not right about that, Matt? Yeah, it was MCAP in 2021, but
Okay.
it was condensed to 3 levels, not 4.
Thanks.
And then in 2022, it expanded to 4 levels and has remained 4 levels ever since.
Very helpful.
And do remember that 21 data was administered in the fall of 21, not in the spring of 21. So like when you look on our website, we don't populate 21 data to provide any meaningful school level data at this point. So we've got it today, we appreciate it, but we should really, it's got a big asterisk next to it.
That's why I'm bringing up the question. That's helpful. Thank you.
Dr. Getty.
When I travel around the state of Maryland, one of the things that I'm most impressed with is the teachers. They seem to me to be extremely knowledgeable and dedicated and good at what they're doing. So when I look at this at an issue, I would like to know more about what are the solutions. To me, it's a possibility of 3 categories. Do the teachers need to be have professional development on how to specifically use strategies to get the low-performing groups back on board? Or is it the curriculum not matching the testing? Or is it the test? Like, we have to figure out what the issue is before we can solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Getty. Dr. Johnson.
I just want to thank you very much for the report. I wanted to address that with you, Dr. Getty. I think it's alignment, and we heard a little bit about that earlier today from the presenters. When you look at any program, there are 3 things that have to align: the curriculum, the instruction, and the assessment. So I think we need to look at, is that all aligned? And we can figure out from that what we need to do.
And I want to echo that the one thing that I think is critical for people to understand, our assessment is not aligned to any particular curriculum. We are curriculum agnostic. Our assessment is aligned to our state standards. So if teachers are teaching the state standards, then that alignment will show up in student outcomes. If they're teaching to a particular curriculum, the question I would ask and have said, have you checked to see that this particular curriculum is aligned to our state standards? Because if it's not, then all that time that's spent, you heard Dr. Bolger talking about it, spent learning the curriculum, professional development on the curriculum versus professional development on the standards. So you've brought up you both have nailed a really good piece.
And Dr.
And when we talk about state standards, we're really talking about national standards, correct?
Well, we're talking about what our standards are in the process of the revision that we're going through right now with all the curriculum frameworks, et cetera. So you're going to have, in the spring, you will have ELA and math both coming back to you for approval, and science and social studies at the same time. Social studies and health will coming to you. When we get ready to, and I know this is taking a little bit longer, but just for some context, we're going to have to put out an RFP for a new statewide assessment, and we're going to be digging into this in the December meeting because our vendor contract expires December 2026. So you have to put out an RFP well in advance of that. But when you talk about an assessment design, it has got to be designed to be aligned to your state standards so that we know what children what they can do and what they're able to do based on a statewide assessment. The federal government's still requiring 3 through 8 and to get in high school, so that's not going to go away. What we want to make sure of is when our new assessment is developed, It is aligned to the new state standards, so those are going to be the most current ones that we have, which are going to be coming to you in spring. So this kind of sets us up to have the state-of-the-art, if you will, assessment when we put out the RFP, because all of our standards will have been revised and updated. Does that make sense? Okay.
And I think that, as we heard earlier, and I'm sure that you can attest to, that LEAs are teaching their curriculum. And in many cases, it is a curriculum that has been developed by some company that they're implementing. And just working with student teachers, they don't understand the standards. So what are we going to do about them fully understanding the standards and how to and teaching them how to unpack standards?
That's right.
That's again something that needs to happen in higher ed.
It is, and it's also something that we as a department have to be prepared to do, that once those new standards are approved, then it's going to be on us to make sure that our teachers have the professional development that they need to understand the standards and how to unpack the standards and how to use those standards instructionally.
Great. Ms. Medina.
Thank you. I just had a clarifying question for Dr. Wright. So when you were just asking about whether or not you were seeing if the curriculum was aligning to the state standards, can you just clarify, like, who is the you or the we that we're talking about there?
It's really on the districts. That's their responsibility.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify, because a teacher is going to implement what's given to them.
Well, we don't curate that up here. What we do provide for the districts and under Dr. Collins' leadership is a list of what we consider high-quality instructional materials, but that is different than guaranteeing necessarily that they align to our state standards. So I think this is part of the discussion that we're going to be having as we move forward.
Great. Any final questions? One note for me for our future work, I am interested to learn for us to take a deeper dive on the efficacy around our CSI work. And for us as a body to have a deeper understanding. It is a key lever for the department in driving school improvement. And if our data right now is showing us we're struggling in math, and I would argue that we should see CSI generating even more gains in literacy, considering these are our schools that have the most opportunity to grow. And I know we're looking at this in assessment and accountability, but interested to see with our CSI program. All right, we are back on track for the most part. We are going to move to, thank you for the presentation. We are going to move to our blueprint implementation update, where the board will have an opportunity to learn a bit more about the implementation of pre-K mixed delivery. As Dr. Cook comes to, I just want to acknowledge the team. This is a very timely update we're receiving, so they have been working very hard to gather this data so that we're getting this in a timely manner. And Dr. Wright, I'll turn it over to you to introduce the team.
So thank you. You have before you Dr. Shana Cook. I mean, Dr. Collins is knee-deep in this work as well, but Dr. Shana Cook and Tara Phillips are at the table, and they're going to be walking you through the most recent update around pre-K mixed delivery. This is one that has been a little bit more difficult to implement, and we'll identify the factors around that and give you some ideas about next steps. So Dr. Cook, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yes.
All right, very good.
Good afternoon. So we're super excited to talk about pre-K. It's our love. You can go to the next slide, Dr. Cook. So today we're going to give you an update on the purpose of the mixed delivery system, what the initiative is supposed to take place according to the blueprint, some of the waivers that our LEAs have had to request as a result of trying to implement this with fidelity, funding for private and pre-K providers, and some of the challenges and opportunities. This is one of the exciting but challenging initiatives in the blueprint because it really focuses on that partnership between LEAs and private providers and what's possible. While it has its challenges, we've seen a lot of bright spots that we're also going to share today, where we've seen it really making a difference. And we just want to say kudos to our providers and our LEAs. They, since the implementation of Blueprint, have been working really tirelessly to implement the mixed delivery system. So we also wanted to send a huge shout out and thank you. It hasn't been easy, but they have stuck with it. So thank you. So Dr. Cook.
Thank you, Dr. Collins. All right. So the mixed delivery system that we're going to be talking about today is designed to ensure that public school and private pre-K providers are collaborating to deliver high-quality early childhood education. This system empowers families by offering diverse options for their children's pre-K education, allowing them to choose between public schools, child care centers, family child care homes, and Head Start programs, as well as other private provider settings. The goals of the program are to enhance kindergarten readiness by providing all children with access to high-quality early childhood experiences, engaging families across all settings and ensuring they are involved and informed about their children's educational journey and trajectory, developing a highly skilled early childhood workforce equipped to support children's diverse learning needs, and the ultimate goal is to serve all children, children with disabilities, children who are multilingual learners, and children experiencing homelessness to ensure equity and inclusivity in early childhood education. The vision of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future aims to expand access to full-day, high-quality pre-K for 3 and 4-year-olds, increasing the capacity of both public schools and private providers. The mixed delivery system involves a variety of providers, as I mentioned. It includes child care centers, family child care homes, Head Start schools, Montessori, charter schools, faith-based programs, just to name a few. Both public and private programs are to meet high-quality standards to ensure consistent educational experiences regardless of where the child attends pre-K. The mixed delivery system is a model intended to offer diverse, culturally responsive, and inclusive options that cater to different families' preferences and needs. Now I will pass it to Tara Phillips, the Executive Director of the Division of Early Childhood. Tara will share some examples of how families should experience the mixed delivery system. Tara.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. So some examples of the mixed delivery system in action are a family in rural Maryland can access high-quality pre-K through a nearby family child care provider rather than traveling 30 minutes to the local public school. This provider adheres to state standards and offers a high-quality curriculum in a convenient home-based setting. Another example is an urban family seeking bilingual education finds a community-based provider within the mixed delivery system that specializes in bilingual teaching. This provider offers culturally responsive teaching and helps the child transition smoothly to learning both English and their home language. The importance of the mixed delivery system offers families the flexibility to choose settings that best fit their needs, ensuring all children have access to quality early education. It also supports early multilingual learners by providing environments that foster both their home language and English. Dr. Cook.
Thank you. Now I'm going to talk about Maryland's goal to establish a 50% split between public schools and private provider pre-K seats by 2029-2030 school year. So beginning with the baseline percentage of private provider slots, the state will work to incrementally increase the percentage annually. By school year 2028-2029, private providers must account for, in legislation, 50% of the pre-K slots in each county. This phased approach ensures a gradual and sustainable increase in private provider participation. One thing that is important to note in FY25 the goal, or in this school year, the goal was adjusted to 10%, down from 30% in the previous years by the General Assembly, to ensure that the targets are both ambitious and achievable. So that's one thing to note. I will also mention that only one state in the country has a 50-50 split between private providers and public school seats, and that's West Virginia. I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. So from 2022-2023 school year to school year 2023-2024, Maryland added 1,109 pre-K seats statewide, with a breakdown of 446 private provider seats added and 663 public school seats added. The growth, this growth demonstrates the state's commitment to expanding access to quality pre-K education and reflects efforts to begin to lay the foundation for the mixed delivery system. As Maryland continues the discussion on how to scale, we are actively engaging other states on considerations we should keep in mind as we scale and maintain quality. Through these conversations, we have discovered that Maryland is actually moving at a fast pace. I know many conversations in the atmosphere around this is that Maryland's moving slow and our scale up is slow, but in comparison to other states who've implemented targeted universalism or universal pre-K, we're actually moving at a fast pace, and our benchmark of tier 1 being 300% federal poverty level is actually very ambitious as a starting point. Other states chose 100% of federal poverty level or 200% of federal poverty level, and Maryland really ensured that our goals were ambitious.
So for the remainder of our presentation, we will delve into the population of 3- and 4-year-olds by county, expansion efforts, public and private seat counts, and the challenges and opportunities associated with scaling up the pre-K system. In addition, we'll offer a comprehensive analysis of the current pre-K landscape, providing insights into the progress made and the areas requiring further development to ensure a successful mixed delivery system.
So on this slide, what you're looking at are estimates based on multiple years of census data of the overall number of 3- and 4-year-olds in each county. You'll also see the percentage currently being served by each county. This slide also identifies counties with lower percentages of children served, highlighting areas with the greatest need for expansion and opportunities to increase access to high-quality pre-K. This slide showcases the growth of pre-K seats across counties, including both local education agencies and private providers in school year 2022-2023 to school year 2023-2024. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about this slide. There has been significant growth in some counties, indicating successful implementation and partnerships. Some counties show a dramatic increase in private provider participation, reflecting effective strategies to engage private providers in the mixed delivery model. And in other counties, MSD is working to develop a targeted strategy to increase the number of private providers through our Push to Pre-K initiative, which I'll also talk about a little bit later in the presentation. The dash that you see means that the change is less than 1%. So, for instance, there might have been a county that started out with 0 private providers and moved up to 0 private provider seats and moved up to 4 seats, for instance. So it's very minor changes. This data is based on the state report card and the Maryland Public Schools enrollment by race, ethnicity, and gender and number of schools for our school year 2023-2024 report. This data is also based on our pre-K expansion grant data. Now I'll pass it back to Tara to explain some examples about work being done in 2 counties to advance the mixed delivery system.
So some examples of the growth in counties and partnerships. In Washington County, they expanded full-day pre-K while reducing part-day options, showing a commitment to full-day access. Washington County is also working on building strong partnerships with child care centers and family child care homes through site visits, coaching, and collaborative initiatives. They have also been partnering with Head Start to ensure smooth transitions to kindergarten. Baltimore City has reached full capacity for 4-year-old pre-K programs. Baltimore City also works closely with Head Start to provide services for 3-year-olds. They have also provided technical assistance to private providers, resulting in growth in the number of private providers participating in pre-K grants. These examples highlight only 2 of the successful collaborations between LEAs and private providers, showcasing strategies that can be replicated across other counties.
So this slide presents an overview of the public and private pre-K seat counts across each county for the 2022-2023 school year. Although each county was expected to have at least 30% of pre-K seats based on what was in legislation at the time, none met this target. As a result, all counties received waivers to continue the mixed delivery programs. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, the target has been lowered to 10% for the 2024-2025 school year. Based on our conversations with other states, the 30% target was very high and ambitious to start off with. As I mentioned earlier, only 1 state has that 50-50 split with private providers, and we are trying to learn what steps it took West Virginia to achieve this goal. It is important to note that West Virginia also achieved this with a focus on 4-year-olds and 3-year-old children who have a disability. Their 50-50 split was also based on classrooms and not seat count. This slide shows last year's distribution of pre-K seats for the 2023-2024 school year. You'll see a slight increase in private provider participation. While there has been some improvement, again, no county made the 30% requirement, and so they needed a waiver. Now I'll share some of our state's challenges, opportunities, and next steps. One challenge is funding and technical assistance needed to help pre-K teachers and assistants attain the required qualifications, such as degrees and teacher licensure certification. MSD is developing a new simplified career ladder in response to Maryland Code of Education 7-1A-08, which takes effect on July 1st, 2025. These efforts include a new career ladder that aligns with national standards, including the National Association for the Education of Young Children's, NACY's Power to the Profession. We hope this will be a game changer for the workforce. Historically, every funding stream has had a different staff requirement, which has created unnecessary complications. Now our goal is to unify qualifications across licensing, childcare credentialing, and pre-K. What excites me most about this new career ladder is that it will give credit for prior learning, skills, and experience. In partnership with the Maryland Higher Education Commission, MSDE will form a work group to create the new career ladder. We also hope to leverage existing scholarships, not just specific scholarships for early childhood educators, to increase the number of early childhood educators who can continue to skill up without getting into debt. In addition, the Child Care Career and Professional Development Fund offers tuition assistance, and private providers are able to attain qualifications at no cost at these institutions of higher education. In addition, through the Maryland Code of Education 7-1A-08, MSDE has implemented a waiver for teacher assistants who meet certain requirements with sufficient experience, so they're not having to obtain their child development associate or associate's degree based on their proficiency in the classroom and experience. Although challenges for both LEAs and private providers is another challenge for both LEAs and private providers is that we are not currently at the per pupil rate for the system to function as it should. The current rate per pupil is $13,000, and this does not fully cover the cost of high quality pre-K education in our state. In FY27, Maryland will be at the full cost per pupil, and this has moved up through legislation, and it's much earlier in terms of implementation than it was. Moreover, MSDE is actively working on determining the cost per pupil and by classroom or program model for the sustainability of private pre-K providers. In addition, MSDE needs to continue to get the word out to private providers who need more information and support to apply for the pre-K expansion grants and the blueprint funding. We have two of our team members sitting in the back, Dr. Nikisha Savage, who's our Director of Early Learning and Instruction, and Dr. Nakia Washington, who is our pre-K mixed delivery manager. Both of them have been working on this Push to Pre-K initiative, which provides technical assistance and support to private providers interested in applying for pre-K expansion grants. One of the new things that they're going to be doing is they're going to be going out into the counties and meeting with programs who we believe qualify for this program and really giving them a personal invitation to participate. MSD is hosting sessions for childcare providers separately. So one session is for childcare centers, another for family childcare homes, and another for Head Start programs, as well as a separate session in Spanish for Spanish-speaking providers to help them understand why and how to apply for these grants. The initiative has expanded with additional sessions in FY25 and is providing increased support and information to potential pre-K applicants to strengthen the mixed delivery system. There also are some communication gaps between local education agencies and private providers. Again, Dr. Savage and Dr. Washington are working on this barrier, and they have developed a new online platform where we can streamline communication to both LEAs and private providers, and they can have an online collaborative space where they can work together. We will also be hosting and offering office hours as well as sessions where we can give private providers and LEAs opportunities to collaborate. We've also worked on simplifying the Memorandum of Understanding template between the LEAs and private providers to help define roles and support engagement and collaboration.
So highlighting the strengths of the pre-K mixed delivery system, Maryland also has many successes. Before highlighting some of our successes, it's important to understand what accreditation and Maryland Excels are. Accreditation involves meeting rigorous national standards for quality in early childhood programs. Maryland Excels is our state's system for rating and improving program quality, recognizing those that are committed to providing high quality care and education. In the Maryland Excels ratings, 1 is the lowest and 5 is the highest. To participate in Blueprint Pre-K public schools need to be level 4 or 5, and private providers need to be a level 3, 4, or 5. Level 5 requires accreditation. The number of accredited public school providers increased by 54% from FY24 to FY25. Public school providers, or LEAs, in Maryland Excels ratings 4 or 5 grew by 61%, indicating a rise in quality standards. Private providers also saw an increase with 23% growth in accredited childcare centers and 20% increase in providers with quality ratings of 3, 4, or 5. In addition, the number of pre-K grantees increased from 53 in FY24 to 75 in FY25. Family child care programs participating in pre-K, in the pre-K grant have grown from 44 in FY24 to 58 in FY25.
So this concludes our presentation. You will also find an appendix in the presentation which provides the information covered in today's discussion in another format. We are now available to address any questions from the board.
All right, thank you very much for this presentation. Open it up to board members for questions. I've got Mr. Greer to start.
This is fantastic. Thank you. Quick, I guess maybe this is a clarifying question, or maybe this is just digging a little bit deeper. On the last slide we were just looking at, I noticed the difference between the public providers that are increasing their accreditation versus those who are private. Do we know what's holding back those private providers compared to their public counterparts, and what are we doing to support them?
That's an excellent question. We are actually looking through all of Maryland Excels, and we are streamlining the different levels. We're looking at where there's duplication in submissions. Each program type has their own pathway, and it's customized by program type. So we are looking at what are some of the barriers, how to streamline it, and we will be coming to this board to share some of those standard changes in hopes for approval.
Ms. Chang.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, one quick question is that, yeah, we set our target for every year we increase to a certain percentage, but, you know, our business is up and down, it's fluctuating. It depends on, you know, past few years due to pandemic. Some private provider do close down. We have a deep number in terms of the numbers of our providers. So how are we going to kind of line up those kind of concept with the business up and down with our projected increase?
Thank you for that question. We are currently working on supply and demand studies across the entire state by county, really looking at that birth to 5 segment and looking at not just supply, but also where do we have quality supply. We are also looking at different strategies to help ensure that we're able to support private providers. We're looking at, for instance, ways that we can incentivize maintaining infant toddler seats, as well as maintaining and adding the pre-K seats. We've also done a cost modeling study for private providers and this looks at each of the settings. A small family childcare home, their cost modeling and their business outlook is much different than a large childcare center. And so we're looking at what are some ways that we can support implementation and what are some cost models that businesses can look at in terms of implementation for sustainability. So those are very difficult questions, and this is one of the reasons why we really need to look at how we're scaling pre-K and how we're ensuring and supporting the private provider community on all fronts. And so thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? All right. You covered it all. Thank you very much for this thorough presentation. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are going to transition to executive session pursuant to Section 3305B7 and B13 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: review FY26 confidential DBM budget estimates and requests, 3 appeals. The public meeting we'll convene. We're going to do our best to reconvene at 2 o'clock. We might be 2:15, but for the public, we're going to do our best to meet 2 o'clock. Is there a motion for us to adjourn to executive session? Got Mr. Greer. Is there a second? We'll do Ms. McCusker. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. We'll see you back hopefully at 2. We're moving. All right. Excellent, excellent. All right, we are going to get started with our afternoon block. The first item, let me get my cheat sheet. The first item that we have up is our FY26 budget estimates and requests. As a reminder for the public, FY26 is covered under executive privilege, and so it's a matter that we fully engage with in executive session as a part of the executive branch's budget process. But we have done our deliberations, and the state superintendent is requesting approval to submit the FY26 budget request to the Department of Budget and Management. I just want to remind the board that we actually cannot discuss the request in public session, again, because of executive privilege. Is there a motion? Mr. Crawford, is there a second? Ms. McCusker? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the FY26 budget, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have one abstention. We have one not present, Mr. Dunklo, at the moment. So it should be 12-011. Okay, great. Thank you very much. That passes. We will move on to the next portion. We have a report to the board on the State Board Regulatory Review work plan. Dr. Aline will be joining us momentarily, and this is an action item eventually, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright for any further introductions for this item. Microphone.
This is Dr. Akila Aline. She is our legislative liaison to the legislature and all the key leaders in the General Assembly. And she is the one that is our conduit, if you will, to the General Assembly. So she's going to provide some information to you around our regulatory review process. Dr. Aline.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good afternoon. President Michael, Vice President Goldson, members of the board. It's great to be with you guys again. So I will be presenting to you all today the Office of Government Affairs work plan. This is our regulatory review plan that we are putting together as part of an executive order. And I will just be talking with you all about what's in the work plan, what's required of us by statute, and then I'll open it up for questions at the end. So I've never used this before. Okay. All right, so we're going to begin with just a scope of review of the work plan. Then I'm going to talk you all through what the exemption requests are. I'll explain to you what it means to have an exemption requested. That means that we're requesting for a regulation or a set of regulations to be exempt from this overall review. Thank you. And then I'll walk you through the public and stakeholder involvement and then give you all an overview of the timeline for when we expect to complete the entire review. All right, so the purpose of this regulatory review, like I said, is in accordance with Section 10-130 through 10-139. This is in the state government article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and the purpose of the review is to determine whether or not the Title 13A State Board of Education regulations meet the following criteria. So there's 4 main bullet points for this review. The first is to ensure that these regulations continue to be necessary for the public interest. Secondly, we want to ensure that the regulations continue to be supported by the statutory authority and the judicial opinion. Thirdly, we want to see if any of the regulations are obsolete or otherwise appropriate for an amendment or some sort of repeal. And then lastly, we want to make sure that these regulations are effective in in accomplishing their intended purpose. So just a broad scope of review. Like I mentioned in the introduction, this review is coming forward to you all as part of an executive order 01.01.2003.20. It requires the State Department of Education to complete a report, which is the regulatory review report, over the course of the 2024-2025 year. In accordance with the current review schedule, there are 12 subtitles under 13A that the State Board of Education Code of Maryland regulations are required to be included as a part of this review process. So what you'll see here on the slide is that these are the 12 subtitles that we're looking at for this year. There's actually a total of 18, but we recently, in the past several years, have already done the first 6. So you're only seeing 7 through 18, and those are the ones that we'll discuss for this presentation. So as a part of this review, we are also requesting for a change in our pre-existing regulatory review cycle. What that means is currently the way that the cycles are set up, MSDE is required to do 2 4-year cycles of review. So every 4 year, twice, we're required to review these regulations. What we're proposing to you all is that we change this cycle to now be 3 2.5-year cycles. The benefit of this is that we would be reviewing the regulations more frequently. There's going to be less space of time in between the reviews, and therefore we'll make sure that we have adequate and up-to-date regulations for a longer period of time. So on this slide here, you're just going to see all 3 of the cycles of regulations, including 1 through 6, which is the one that was already recently reviewed, which is why we're proposing to move that one to cycle 3. So I'm just going to talk through some of the common reasons why the State Department of Education might decide that we need to request an exemption for a regulation. As I explained before, an exemption just means that we're requesting for those regulations to not go through this current review process, and the reason being one of the following. For one, it might be that the regulation has already been amended in the past 1 to 5 years, and therefore it's already being implemented. A good example of that would be is if we've already come forward to the board and asked you all for permission to adopt a regulation as amended. Another option would be is if the amendments for regulation or a set of regulations are coming to the board for permission to public in the upcoming months. So we may have some regulations coming for October, November, December that are going to be moving forward in the cycle of going to AELR for review. So in that case, we would request for those to be exempt from this big review process because it could potentially hold it up if it gets stuck in the overall review process and it's already moved forward here at the board meeting. So we would want to request that for exemption. And then lastly, if an amendment came for permission to publish recently and currently still open for public comment. So now we're going to move to a different portion of the overall regulatory review, which is the public and the stakeholder involvement. For this portion of the review, the State Department and the Board of Education will provide a variety of different means to inform the public about the review that we're having, one of which includes this board meeting today. Another included the education policy meeting, which was held on September 12th. There are a couple of other ways that we're also going to make sure that the public is informed of this review process, including putting out a notice of review on the MSDE website, as well as also having a stakeholder review committee, which is a part of the requirement for this overall review process. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So now I'm going to get into the organization of this big review. Like I said, it's a very big review process. We have a number of different committees involved, as well as our stakeholders and the public. So the first committee that is involved in this review would be the Regulations Review Coordinating Committee, of which I sit on, as well as a legal counsel. We also have the Executive Director of the Maryland State Board of Education, Zach Hands. We have a policy analyst from the Office of Government Affairs who will be sitting on the committee, as well as the regulations coordinator and the administrator to the state board, who is Charlene Necessary. So here on this slide, we just have outlined several bullet points of some of the duties, the roles, and the responsibilities of this committee that I just described to you. Some of those duties include, first and foremost, developing the work plan for which you all have received and disseminating it to a variety of leaders here in the agency. We've also briefed staff on the purpose and the internal processes that go forward with this particular review cycle. It's a little bit unique in that this is a very big cycle, so it's not the same as us bringing forth a regulation on a monthly meeting like we would typically here. This process is required, like I said, every 8 years or so, and so it's pretty tedious, and we want to make sure our staff members are clear on what they need from us, from the Office of Government Affairs, as well as what we can support them in throughout the process. Other aspects of the committee, as far as our roles and responsibilities, also includes communicating with the AELR committee. You have a document with you right now. That document just explains what the AELR committee is and talks you through sort of the timeline for when we do move forward this regulations review plan, how long it might take for the committee to review it, what are some things that could hold it up, et cetera, et cetera. So the next portion of the review process is just the internal review process, and that's conducted by the MSDE leadership team and program staff. So as I just explained on the previous slide, my office is responsible for making sure that staff not only have the resources that they need to complete the review, but we also talk them through what it would look like when these regulations are implemented moving forward. So we talk with them about who's assigned to what regulations in the office, which staff members are assigned to those regulations, do they understand the evaluation report form, are there any questions about what needs to be included in the form. It's really important that they know what they need to include, because the last thing we want to do is not include something in the form and then it goes to AELR and then we get it back. So we want to avoid that. So staff, they receive some guidance. We just had a training a couple weeks ago, very in-depth training around the forms where we screen shared the forms and talked them through everything that's needed for those forms as well. So the next portion of this review process includes the Stakeholder Review Committee. This committee is actually put together. They're invited to participate by the State Superintendent, Dr. Wright, and this process doesn't begin until January. So we still have several months before the Stakeholder Review Committee gets put together. And basically, once the internal review process from the staff and from my office has been completed, meaning that we've already put forth all of the COMAR regulations that we know needs to go through review, we've answered any questions internally, we've clarified anything that needs to be clarified, then we would invite the stakeholders to begin to review what we're putting forward as part of our overall review plan. Some of those duties and responsibilities include reviewing the summary of actions that are recommended from the internal staff review team, also reviewing some of the public comments that would be submitted pertaining to some of these regulations, whether it be a regulation, like I said, that's been talked about already here but hasn't come forward for permission to publish. We would talk about all of those things as well. And so the next committee would be called the State Board Regulations Review Committee. Right now, we actually are utilizing the Education Policy Committee as the replacement, if you will, for the State Board Regulations Review Committee. It's not necessarily a replacement, to be honest. It's basically serving the same purpose, which is just to review the recommended actions from the internal staff and also review any public comments submitted in response to the review. A lot of the same roles and responsibilities for the previous committees. And so lastly, I'm just going to take you through the timeline for completion. Here we just have a list of all of the action items that are needed between now and next year. Like I said last week or a few weeks ago now, we presented this work plan to some of you all who are members of the Education Policy Committee. We're presenting it to you all now. Once we hopefully we receive permission to move forward with action on this work plan, then we will be required to submit the work plan to the governor and the AELR committee for their review as well. The AELR review committee would then take approximately 30 days. Sometimes it goes all the way through 45 days. They're going to review the work plan. They'll give us feedback if they need to. And then we will have a commencement of our internal staff review, which is just an agency review. After that, we would move forward with the public notice of review, which is not quite at the stakeholder review process, but we are notifying the public that this information is now ready for review because it's gone through MSDE, it's gone through the board at that point, and then it would have gone through the governor's office and AELR as well. This last slide just brings you into 2025. So basically from January to July of next year, here are some of the action items that we're proposing to move forward with, including the Stakeholder Review Committee appointments, setting up the meetings, and the comments from the committees are then compiled and then discussed with us. After that, which would be approximately around July of next year, we will draft the final report, which is the big report with all of the information that we've collected from this review process. And we'll also put together the recommendations that we've gathered, not just from my office, not just from our internal staff, but also from the stakeholders as well. And then approximately the end of July of next year, we would you'll see me again, to bring forward requesting for the state board to take action on the actual evaluation report. At that point, you all will have all the materials that we've gathered and put together for this review process, and then we'll be requesting for permission to publish the review plan. And then finally, the review plan, the evaluation report at that point will be then submitted to the governor's office and then to the AELR committee for final approval. And that's it. So I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Aline. Are there any, let me first, the superintendent is requesting that we adopt this work plan for submission to the governor and AELR committee. Chair McCusker, can you please tell us about the recommendation from Ed Policy, please?
Yes, Ed Policy reviewed the work plan and recommends that we adopt.
Excellent. Are there any questions for Dr. Aline? Okay. I do want to add before we vote, I've been working with Mr. Hands and Mr. Schoen just for us to revisit a couple things. One, as it pertains to regulations, our board education on the full deck of regulations. We do a really nice job of handling regulations that they come to us, but improving our collective understanding of our full set of regulations, and working on ensuring that regulations are more readily available to the public and easily. They're all available, but they are not easily accessible, and that is not something we control. It's actually something out of the Secretary of State's office. But seeing how we might be able to work with our stakeholders to improve. So. Related to this matter, not specific to the work plan, but while we're on regulations, wanted to flag that. Are there any questions for Dr. Aline before we move to the question? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the work plan. Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Mr. Paul, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 14-0. All right, excellent. Thank you, Dr. Aline.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Ms. Kelly Meadows on praxis subject assessments, adoption of regenerated tests. While she's coming up, Chair McCusker, can you inform us on the recommendation from Ed Policy?
Yes, let me make sure I have it correct before I say anything. Yes, the committee recommends adoption.
Very good. All right, Dr. Ray.
I just wanted to introduce Kelly Meadows. She is going to be doing the presentation around the adoption of regenerated tests, and we are recommending that you approve adoption of the following regenerated praxis subject assessments for the purposes of teacher licensure, and those are family and consumer sciences and technology and engineering education. Kelly.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As Dr. Wright stated, we are here requesting adoption of 2 regenerated assessments. For the new members of the board, these particular licensure assessments are content-based subject assessments. They are a part of a battery of licensure assessments that are required by law for our Maryland-approved program candidates. For these 2 assessments in particular, they are revised versions of assessments that we currently use and we currently require of our technology and education teachers and our family and consumer science teachers. So a little bit about the revision. Both of these assessments were revised to realign to newly published standards. The Family and Consumer Sciences was aligned to the Family and Consumer Sciences Teacher Standards and the National Association of State Administrators of Family and Consumer Sciences. And the Technology and Education Assessment is aligned to the Standards for Technology Literacy Standards. I did consult with our MSDE experts in both of these areas. They did review the technical manual and the test at a glance, and they agree that the revisions are in alignment with our Maryland standards. So at this time, we are asking that you adopt both of these assessments with the qualifying score that was recommended by the multi-state panel score setting panels that ETS ran, 2 panels for each assessments.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. Are there any questions on this matter? All right, with that, we'll call it to question. The superintendent is requesting State Board approve the adoption of the following regenerated praxis subject assessments for the purposes of teacher licensure, family and consumer sciences, technology, and engineering education. Is there a motion? Dr. Getty, is there a second? We've got Dr. Goldson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. Moving on now to COMAR 13A0610, Purple Star Schools, permission to publish. And we have, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
We have Assistant Superintendent Mary Gable, who is here. She's going to be introducing the issues that we are bringing forth based on the Ed Policy Committee. I know Ms. McCusker has something to say about that.
Let me turn it to Chair McCusker for recommendations and discussion from the Education Policy Committee.
Policy Committee recommends permission to publish.
Okay. Excellent. And Ms. Gable.
Thank you very much. This is COMAR 13A.
Microphone.
And
thank you.
Thank you. Never done this before, right? So it's new to us. Anyway, in 2022, you passed Purple Star, and back in October, you recognized the first set of Purple Star schools. This legislation came out of the last session, and that was to add 2 things. It was to add Space Force and National Guard of any other state to those that are families of military, children of military families that include both of those. At the process committee, the regulation was also discussed. Should we add any other groups, including non-public? And the recommendation is that if you do that as a board, that you go through the legislative change first, because it is public schools is in the statute. And so that's our recommendation. At this point, I'm asking approval of the state board for permission to publish to include the change that only includes National Guard of any other state, because Space Force we already included in the regulation. So we only needed to make that one edit. And I request your permission to publish. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Gable. Are there any questions? I do just want to reiterate, and then I'll go to Dr. Amelia McCarthy. We had a robust discussion in education policy about the alignment of this program with others like the Blue Ribbon, and the fact that this only includes public schools. And so we had extensive discussion both with staff and council about the intent of the law. And it is for us, I think, to really consider as we're working towards the legislative session. If we'd like to see something other than public schools, that's a conversation that we need to have with the legislature on the intent of this law. So just grounding kind of as we retrack this conversation. I don't want to lose the thread because there was a robust discussion in the committee meeting. Dr. Amelia McCarthy.
Thank you for that summary, and I do endorse us looking to the legislature to include non-publics as well as independent schools in this in a new iteration or in another iteration of this.
Right.
Because non-publics and independent schools serve military families. So.
Right, and to be very specific, right, our non-public schools serve public school students of military families, if that's the intent of the law. So there's a discussion to be had around private schools for sure, but right now we're excluding some public school students who are being served in non-public settings by the way this is structured. All right, so just to clarify, we're looking at option 1 for those who are following along with our board content and the public. Is there a motion to proceed with the superintendent's recommendation with option 1? Okay, Dr. Lewis, is there a second? Ms. McCusker? Am I on the wrong option?
Yes.
Let's pause for a second. Did I list the wrong option?
Option 2 includes the non-public.
That's correct. So,
Option 2 is not. Option 1
so
is just National Guard.
I'm going to back up. So we're based our staff's recommendation, our consultation with council is that the intent of the law, the way the law is structured, is for this to be focused on public schools. And so the recommendation where we are now is for us to proceed with option 1, which does not include that in our regulation, that it keeps it aligned with the way the law is written. So option 1. And as Dr. Amelia McCarthy said, she is advocating that we engage with the legislature in future work to ensure that non-publics are included and potentially private schools as a part of that, as a part of this discussion. So for the purpose here, the motion is on option 1 as written. All right, are there any questions on the motion? Okay, then I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hands. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that appears to be unanimous. And we will proceed to our next item. Thank you, Ms. Gable.
Thank you.
All right, our next item, COMAR 13A15, Family Child Care Educational Programs and Non-Public Nursery Programs, Permission to Publish Action. While Dr. Cook is joining us, I'll turn it to Chair McCusker. Can you provide us a recommendation from Ed Policy?
Ed Policy recommends permission to publish.
Thank you. Dr. Wright.
And Dr. Cook is going to walk you through the regulation, and we are asking that you give us permission to publish the amendments to regulations under COMAR 13A15, Family Child Care Educational Programs and Non-Public Nursery Schools. Dr. Cook.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. These initial amendments were introduced in 2022 to allow family child care providers to operate approved non-public nursery schools. Revisions were made in 2023 following stakeholder feedback, and the board approved this proposed regulation at that time. However, MSCE has discovered additional changes. The proposed changes that we are bringing forward now are minor and impact the sections on definitions, operational requirements, inspections, administrative hearings, and public access to records. As a reminder for the board, these regulations support mixed age learning, maintain staff requirements, and aligns with Maryland's early childhood education goals to support the implementation of pre-K in the blueprint for Maryland's future. The initial goal of these regulations were to allow family child care providers seeking an early childhood teaching licensure for a pre-K to have an internship or practicum take place in their family child care home. This will be one of the many pathways that is now available for family child care providers. Since this regulation was originally introduced in 2022, Maryland Code of Education Statute 7-1A-04, which passed during the 2023 legislative session and known to many as HB 770, has allowed increased flexibility, and so has allowed family child care providers, whether they're non-public nursery schools or not, to complete their internship or practicum in their home. We are asking we're asking the board at this point for approval to republish this amendment, these amended regulations, to facilitate the integration of non-public nursery schools and family child care settings, as well as an additional pathway. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Cook. As a point of education for the board, I should have done this at the beginning. I just want to highlight where we are in the process. So these are all permission to publish. So for our members who are catching on to the language, what that means is we are getting, when we adopt this, what we're doing is sending it to the Maryland Register, well, first to ALR for sufficiency. So they'll review what we're putting forth. Then it will go out to public comment. It will then come back to us for what's called permission to adopt. You may remember from the consent agenda item today, we had permission to adopt. If there are no substantial changes based on the feedback that's needed, then we move to permission to adopt, and then the regulation changes after that. So, and we bring that on consent after if we have a unanimous vote from the committee. So that's why that happened today. But I just want to remind us of what we're doing here is that if there are any changes coming after that review window, then we will start the process all over again. If there are substantive changes, we will put the new draft out, send it to AELR, put it out for public comment, and hopefully get a good draft back with public comment that then we can permission to adopt. So just the permission to publish and adopt, they get a little confusing, but just want to anchor for our new members where we are in the process with all the regs that we're reviewing right now. So we're proposing to send this out. Are there any content questions for Dr. Cook on this specific regulation? All right, then let's call to question. The state superintendent is requesting the state board grant permission to publish amendments to regulation under COMAR 13A5, family child care educational programs in non-public nursery schools. Is there a motion to that? Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Mr. Paul, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right, and Dr. Cook, I'm not going to let you go far. We got our next set, COMAR 13A15, 13A16, 13A17, 13A18, Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. Again, permission to publish. Ms. McCusker, recommendation from Ed Policy.
Again, recommend to publish.
Great. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
You took my line. So we are requesting that the state board give us permission to publish proposed amendments to COMAR 13A15, 13A16, 13A17, and 13A18 regarding the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. And Dr. Cook is going to walk you through those changes.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. So as everyone said, we are seeking permission to publish these amendments to ensure that families in licensed and registered child care programs receive information about the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. Families with children under the age of 3 must receive this information at least once per year. This information may be delivered through a text message, a document with receipt confirmation, or through a mailer or flyer to ensure effective communication. The Maryland State Department of Education's Division of Early Childhood will provide a brochure to assist child care providers in sharing this program information. Again, we are seeking the board's approval to move forward with publishing these proposed amendments.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. Are there any clarifying questions or comments from the board on this matter? Yes, Dr. Mila McCarthy.
Could you define the Maryland Infant and Toddlers Program, because I'm not sure that everyone knows what it is?
Absolutely. So the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program specifically supports children with disabilities or children who need additional support through this program. It's focused particularly on 0 to 3, that age range. in alignment with early intervention. And what we are trying to do is, and this was actually passed through statute, the Maryland Code of Education 9.5-115, to explicitly say that the State Department needed to ensure that child care programs across the state were sharing this information with families so that families would know that this service was accessible to them. And what the brochure does that the State Department is going to create is it shares where those local contacts can be made. So the intention is to have a warm handoff. So the provider who's closest to those families, seeing them every day, would share the information about this program. We would be doing an office, what we call an Office of Child Care information session, where we explain all the components of the program and we share the brochure with providers. And then the expectation with this, these proposed regulations would be that providers would be responsible to for sharing that information with families. And we outlined several ways that they can share that information with families, but we're also going to provide them a brochure so that they can utilize that, so that the messaging is consistent across the state. But what we're trying to do is make sure more families know about this program and can access this program.
Excellent, thank you. Additional questions? All right, then we'll call to question. State Superintendent is requesting the State Board grant permission to publish proposed amendments to the aforementioned regulations regarding the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. Is there a motion to that? Dr. Johnson, a second. Dr. Mealy McCarthy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Cook. All right. We are now going to transition to the next portion of our agenda, which is a status update on the proposed literacy policy. One of the great joys of this meeting is we're welcoming 3 new members. And while we had intended to consider this policy at this meeting, we decided that it was better for us to take more time to consider this policy, to give our new members an opportunity to get up to speed, take into account the vast feedback we've received from stakeholders that's guiding our additional development. What I've asked Dr. Wright and the team to do is to take this opportunity to step back on the literacy policy, provide additional background on the rationale for this comprehensive early literacy policy and approach, and conclude with a process update. With that, we'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
Okay, thank you so much. This can be 2 parts. I'm going to do the first part of this, and then Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith will do the second part. I kind of wanted to frame this for not only you, but for those that are listening around how we've developed the policy, the purpose of developing this policy, the need for this policy. And we really leaned into developing this policy because, as we know and we've talked about in the past, over the past decade, we have just seen a steady decline of proficiency rates of literacy in Maryland. Maryland passed the Ready to Read Act, and the hope was that through the passage of this act, that reading and literacy rates would improve in Maryland, but we have not seen heightened levels of proficiency. In fact, we've seen just the opposite. And I guess where I come from, I just feel like we need to do better for students and families across the state. They're depending on us to make sure that when they send their children to us each and every day, that their children are going to come home becoming proficient readers and future leaders as they move through school. We have seen those who are living in poverty, children that are African American or Latinx, basically getting socially promoted through the system and still not able to read. We have a number of children, not only in our elementary schools, but in our middle and high schools that are still struggling to read. We listened to a great deal of input from our stakeholders. I believe we've received north of 1,500 different comments and suggestions and input. And so what was initially in the media as a retention policy, it is not a retention policy. It is really a parent choice policy. And so we'll talk a little bit about that as we move on. So now parents are involved in the decision about whether to retain or not to retain their child. And I think that's a really critical component. So I wanted to kind of put our data in context, particularly for the newer board members, because I think it's really important to take a look at where Maryland is now, where it was in terms of its standing in the nation through the examination of the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And I think you know, obviously, that I served as the state superintendent in Mississippi from 2013 to 2022. And with that, I need to say Mississippi has the highest rates of poverty in the nation of any other state, and African American students outnumber all other children in the state of Mississippi. And Mississippi has implemented a retention policy since 2014-15. And what I want to do is have you take a look at some of these data just to put it in perspective of where we are in respect to another state that I've worked in. So what we're going to be doing is looking at trends. I want to talk to you a little bit about the study that was done at Boston University, and then we'll finish up with looking at our K-3 literacy policy. So when you look at these data, here's what I want you to kind of think about as we move forward in these charts. So if you look at the chart on your left, percent proficient, all students, we're going to go through this step by step. What you want to look for are the lines going up. That's your indication of the direction you need to see the lines heading. And when you look at the charts on the right, percent below basic, you want to see those lines coming down, meaning we have fewer and fewer children that are falling into that range. In the orange line, you will see that's Maryland. In the yellow line, that is the national average. And the blue line is the results from Mississippi.
Dr. Wright, I'm
Yep.
sorry. Can you just give us a little bit?
Just getting ready to do that. You took the words
I'm
right
sorry.
out. You and I've talked about this so often. You know what I'm going to say. Let me tell you a little bit about NAEP, because I think that's what's really important. And I was getting there, Dr. Michael. The National Assessment of Education Progress is referred to as the nation's report card. It is the only assessment that is administered to every single state in the nation. And it is the only way we have to compare ourselves to other states. I served on the National Assessment Governing Board for a number of years, so very intimately involved with NAEP and its development and its use. And one of the things, the beauty of what I love about NAEP is that they will look at each state and in a very random way but deliberate way, they will select students to be assessed at different schools based on the demographics of your state. So they will come through, and whatever the percentages of poverty, whatever the percentages of African American, whatever percentages of any subgroup, they will go through and they will mail the state chief a letter that says, we're coming in, these are the schools we're going to administer the assessment in grades 4 and 8. And they don't test every child in the school, so let me be clear about that, because they're only testing 4 and 8, and I'll tell you a story about that in just a second. But then they come in and administer the test, they take the test back, they score the tests, and they publish the results. So it is a randomly selected group of schools that mirrors the demographics of your state, and I think it's really important to keep that in mind. So as we're looking at this, I've created a chart at the bottom. It's administered every 2 years. So I'm giving it to you from 2013. It was administered again in 2015, 2017, 2019. Should have been 2021, but when COVID hit, NAGB, or the National Assessment Governing Board, decided that they were going to skip the year. In fact, they decided to skip another year, so that from 19 to 22, it was a 3-year skip. And they just administered it to our state in the winter of this year, like January of 2024. January, February 24. Those results will come out probably around December, because what they're also doing, they changed the mode of delivery to an electronic delivery system. And so they're doing a bridging study from the paper pencil test to the electronic version to make sure that there is comparability moving through that. So that's, when you're looking at the NAEP data, this is how Maryland did, this is how the nation did, and this is how Mississippi did starting in 2013. So if you go to the next chart, you'll see those children that are free and reduced lunch children. Once again, you will see that Maryland's scores have just continued to drop in terms of proficiency from 2013 to 2022, while the number of children below basic has been increasing. For African American students, you'll see pretty much the same kind of mode. So in Maryland, from 2013 to 2022, over that entire period of time, we dropped from 22% to 20%. And at the same time, you can see the difference in Mississippi and in the nation. Actually, Mississippi continued to increase while the nation continued to decrease. And the same is true for the percent below basic. Next chart is Hispanic children. So take a look at where you started in 2013, where we started in 2013 at 35% proficient, and we have dropped in the 22 data to 15% proficient. While at the same number, our numbers are climbing in terms of children that are below basic. Multilingual learners. I believe this was the first time that we actually had in Mississippi a category large enough, to be honest with you, why you don't see a trend over time. But I can tell you that multilingual learners in Mississippi have continued to grow as they have grown across the nation. And last but not least, students with disabilities. One of our most vulnerable groups of children. So I've kind of compressed this into a fourth grade reading and a fourth grade math over time, so you can see exactly what's happened in basically the 10 years that NAEP has been administered. And it's pretty stark. When you take a look at the data, this is fourth grade. Maryland is at the top. Overall change is on the far right-hand side. Mississippi is at the bottom. Overall change. And then again in 8th grade. And the beauty of this is what you see happening is that it's being sustained through middle school, that speaks volumes. You can see that coming up in 4th grade. But to know that this has been sustained in Mississippi through middle school is really a significant piece of data. So here's a summary of what we're looking at. We have seen decreases in proficiency in 4th grade reading in Maryland and increases of children testing below basic, while we have at the same time seen increases in Mississippi's 4th graders in proficiency and a decrease in their below basic. The policy that you have before you is very, very similar to the policy that we implemented in Mississippi. So what I can say to you is this work is doable, it produces results, and children are the beneficiaries of the whole thing. So that's one thing I want you to keep in mind as we continue to look at the data. There was a study that was done by Boston University. It followed the first cohort of 3rd graders in Mississippi from 2014 until they were in 6th grade. And actually, their 6th grade scores were substantially higher than they were in 3rd grade even after they had been retained. And the magnitude of this they said, is very large. This came out of the Wheelock Center at Boston University. I think the other thing that is notable, and I don't know if I have that slide here. Yes. The effects were even more positive for Black and African American, Black and Hispanic Latinx students in particular, and there were no other significant impacts on other outcomes, such as did the math scores go up or go down? Were there more absenteeism? Do we have a chronic absenteeism rate? Or did it increase special education identification? And the answer to those questions is no. None of those were significantly impacted. This is just another way of looking at it. One of the things that we were looking at, and I think we had gotten some feedback from the board, they wanted to see this broken out by disability status. So if you look at the percentage of students not proficient in ELA grade 3 by disability, and you can see the code at the bottom, the red is students with disabilities, the blue, students without disabilities, and I think that's green for all students. So you can see that the majority of students with disabilities not proficient in grade 3. That's significant. Another stat that I wanted to share with you, and I've been asked about this when I speak, is, well, what happened with graduation rate? And what happened with graduation rate even with students with disabilities? In 2013, when I started there, our overall graduation rate was 75.5. The graduation rate for students with disabilities was 22.5. In 22-23, our graduation rate hit 89.4, which was higher than the national average, and our graduation rate for students with disabilities was 70%. So it makes a difference for all kids, and I guess that's the message that I'm trying to say. It makes a difference for all children, whether they're disabled, African American, Hispanic. It doesn't make a difference. In that, it does make a difference in their overall performance. So I say that to you to really put this in context, because we talk a lot about it, but having lived it for 10 years of my life and having seen the impact that it has on children and families, it changed the whole culture of the state, I can tell you that. It was a culture of low expectations, and when all of this stuff started happening across the state, people could not believe that the children of Mississippi were achieving the things that they were achieving. And I'm only talking about literacy. We haven't even talked about the other pieces of reform that needed to happen in the state. So I say all that to put this in perspective for you. So as we move forward from this, we want to talk about, this is what we're focused on, so let's define what we're talking about. We're talking about progress monitoring. We're talking about interventions that need to be in place. We're talking about using data in a very transparent way, not shielding it from anybody. It's not a finger-pointing exercise. It's the ability for us to see what schools need the most help, what areas of the state need the most help, how can we as a department provide that help to them, and also holding everybody accountable for student outcomes, and obviously the fact that this is truly a parent choice solution. So we're going to talk about assessment, timeline, funding, and professional learning, because those are some issues that we have right now. We want to get this done. Funding is going to be an issue. We talked a little bit about what's needed for literacy earlier today. Because right now we don't have a robust platform inside the department as much as we should have. We've got very hardworking people. Let me be very clear about that. We're not talking about the people that exist, but we're talking about all the other people that we could be using if we had them at the same time in this effort. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. I'm going to take that from you.
Oh, yep, you need it.
So Dr. Smith and I don't have too much to say, just wanted to give you an update, and we're super duper appreciative of the additional time to get stakeholder input and feedback. We had a chance to provide this update last week, but as Dr. Wright shared, we continue to get comments and feedback. We've been on phone calls, meeting with more stakeholder groups, so that's really been helpful. This slide here just sort of highlights the areas where we've made some changes with version 3. We are working on version 4 based on some of the feedback we've continued to get since over the past week or so, and we'll be bringing that to the board in October. I won't read all of this to you, but some of the other areas that continue to be elevated that we're trying to make crystal clear and work through is the support for educators. In October, we want to present something very clear so everyone can see not only what is currently in place for educators, but what this policy will hope to do, because we know that resources are slim, but we want to make sure that we can be crystal clear in what that support will look like for educators. The other areas, we are revising the timeline to make sure that there's clear alignment to some of the timelines that already exist where LEAs are already submitting data and information. So just for example, the screening data that's collected and submitted, we just want to make sure all those timelines are aligned, as well as revisiting some of the areas for parent consent versus waiver. You're just making sure, one of the things we want to elevate is making sure parents are well informed before they're making a decision. And so not that they're waiting until they get to second grade, but really what does that look like from kindergarten all the way up, so that parents are well informed and it's not on them to make a decision in a vacuum, but really what that looks like, as well as supporting like the data, what data is available for the LEAs to use to make some of these really difficult decisions, but also we'll share with you our plan with supporting our LEAs and data analysis. As you heard, I think multiple times today, you really have to know what's behind the data. You need to know the face, the students. That data is a make or break for how teachers provide instruction to students. And so it is our job as the state here to make sure that we're providing that customized support to LEAs, our leaders, our teachers, and their ability to understand all the facets of data so that they can make well-informed decisions for our students. So we still have a lot of work we're doing, but we're up for the task. We just believe in this policy focused on sort of intervention, right? Intervening really early. And that's what we keep looking at, right? How are we reducing some of the burden? How are we making sure that folks are supported before we are making certain requirements? What does funding look like? And so we're up for this task. And so that's pretty much our update.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Wright, Dr. Collins, and Dr. Smith. Education Policy Committee is going to pick back up the policy version 4 in October to do the more intensive review of the policy itself. So we'll postpone more specific questions on that to Ed Policy, and again, welcome all board members to join that. Are there any questions, reactions, or comments as it pertains to the information presented today? We'll start with Dr. Johnson.
Sure. Thank you very much for the information. I just have one question. Do we have the total number of participants at the 4th grade level?
You mean for NAEP?
For NAEP. Mm-hmm.
For the NAEP assessment?
Yes.
We can get that data.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful because, you know, sometimes when you have a larger group, your percentage is going to change. If you have a smaller group, your percentage is going to change. And you indicated that somewhat when you talked about Hispanic and Latinx individuals.
So
if we can find out what the total
numbers I can get
numbers
that for you, but what they'll do is if a state has, and I'm going to make these numbers up, if a state has 20% Latinx, then NAEP will identify 20% of the children that they're going to test as Latinx. If you've got 50% white, then they will identify 50% white. So it doesn't really matter how big your system is or how small your system is.
Okay.
It will reflect the exact demographics of your state.
Okay, great. Thanks. I didn't have that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Amelia McCarthy.
I have a question. Do you have the stats for the percentage of children retained before you implemented this policy versus after you implemented this policy?
We had an average of, there was a lot of social promotion going on. Let me be very clear about that, because we had the majority of our children who could not read in 2013. I think we were retaining maybe 3%. And then when the policy went in place, obviously the first year it went in place, it went up to 9. And right before the pandemic, it had dropped back to 3. And then went back up again to, I think it was 6 after the pandemic. So it was coming down every single year pretty drastically, but it really did end social promotion for children that could not read.
Okay. Can I ask a couple of follow-up?
Sure.
Quick. I don't, because I
No,
know
you're
we
good.
have a lot of opportunities. You know that I have been pretty open about my lack of support for a targeted retention policy, and I appreciate all that you presented, but I'm still not in favor of a targeted retention policy included in this bulk of great work. I love the work. I just don't feel like this should be a part of it, for many, many reasons that will take too long, and I've kind of shared them with you. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate the work and will continue to work hard with you. But I am not in favor of targeted retention. I think it hurts children with disabilities overall. I think it will promote some difficulties for our underserved populations, our African American or multilingual learners. I am just not in favor of it. So I just want you to know that, although I appreciate the work and I appreciate the information that you shared, I just hold a different view. And while I'm saying something, your graduation rate of 70% for kids with disabilities, that's pretty standard across the country now. So in my review. So just so you know, it's kind of like where everybody is with respect to kids with disabilities graduating from high school.
All right. Dr. Lewis.
Based on the Miles presentation this morning, points were brought up about size of districts and the challenges with implementation in larger districts. So my first question is to Dr. Wright, what size were the districts in Mississippi that you
They
were?
varied. Yeah, they really varied. We had very small, 150 of them, to be honest with you, and there was some that were very small. I think our largest district was around 38,000. But these data are across the state, so it's not as if we had a choice of who they were coming in and testing. So we knew that they were testing children in the Delta, who were almost 100% African American children, to children in Jackson, which is a good balance of African American and white children, to other areas of the state that were almost 100% white. So it was a wide variety. But these, and I can even bring you our statewide assessment data on our assessment that show the exact same thing coming up every single year.
If I may.
Please.
I'm just thinking about the implementation challenges in districts that have 4,000 students, 10,000 students, 80,000 students, 120,000 students in some of our districts in Maryland, and it creates different challenges. So I'm thinking predominantly about the instructional materials and training to staff, training to leaders, training to all the hands that can be on deck to help with literacy. That's number one. And number two, I know I mentioned this to several folks. I did watch all the testimony on the literacy plan to sort of dig deep. And one of the things that I noticed and was concerned about is the identification of special ed students and students with disabilities. For instance, if in kindergarten, first grade, students are going through tiered intervention, that does not mean that if you suspect a child has disabilities that you hold off. IDA is very clear, COMAR is very clear. So I was really looking for something in the policy that spelled that out, that doesn't usurp the process of child find that is a requirement of the state and of the local. So.
And Dr. Lewis, I did pass that on to the team right after our conversation.
Thank you.
Ms. Medina?
Thank you. I just want to, I appreciate the great work, and the summary was really helpful, but I wanted to just check in on slide 16 and hear a little bit more about the idea or the definition that you guys are holding with accountability. And then as a follow-up, I see that we are creating this forum for it to be parent choice, but also going back to that mile presentation, we've heard across the board that our parent and community engagement is not there. So we're saying the choice will be up to the parent, but we're not with the parents. So I'm very concerned that that's going to lead to complacency, apathy, lack of, actually moving into what we're hoping or what you are outlining to do. But again, I completely agree with Dr. Joan, and she said it so beautifully. I think that you're outlining all these amazing things to do, and then the outcome is retention. And my last point that I really would like for you all to consider, as well as the committee to consider, is I've lived in Maryland for about 13 years now, and it is so incredibly diverse and so beautiful. And to me, this whole thing has reduced our children to numbers. There's not a single cultural consideration. You've told me how people are performing based on their culture, but we're not figuring out how to reach children using cultural strengths, how to use cultural strengths of the community and the family to engage them. Like, I'm missing people in all of this.
All right. We'll take a few more questions, and then we will pick this up in, I've got, in the subcommittee, I've got Mr. Crawford, Dr. Getty, and then if anybody else, just let me know. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you very much for all of the work. The notion in and of itself of retention doesn't excite me. I recognize, though, that today we are failing children. We're failing, what, 2/3 of the children are not able to read. If we do nothing, that number will probably stay about the same, or maybe even increase in terms of the children that are harmed. And we're talking about harming children for a lifetime. If they can't read, they may not graduate, they may have more run-ins with the law, they may have lower lifetime earnings. So doing something, and I think taking into account the comments from my colleagues and thinking about how to do this is what we need to do. I appreciate sharing information from Mississippi. I suspect that a lot of the content from Mississippi will work here. What will, I suspect, in Maryland's culture, we're not as comfortable with top-down perhaps as in Mississippi. So the cost of implementing this will probably be higher than what it would have been in Mississippi, because there's a lot more engagement. But nevertheless, my last comment is for the adults in the state. If we don't do meaningful things to position our children for success, then shame on us. If we fail to do the things that help our children, shame on us. Every time I've done major transformation, it's always been hard. It's always been more difficult. It always requires some tailoring. You can't just take a transformation from one organization and stick it in another organization and expect it to work. When you start implementation, we're going to find, just like if you, Dr. Getty renovates homes. You don't really know what you've got when you pull up the floorboards until you pull up the floorboards. And sometimes you're pleasantly surprised and sometimes you're horrified, but you do it anyway. And that's where we are. I believe that this is something that we have to do. It is hard. It will require us, the Miles people gave us some indicators that in certain areas we're going to spend a lot more attention and a lot more time trying to think it through. But again, if we fail to take advantage of this opportunity, then we as adults in this state, shame on us. Shame on us. Go to the elementary school. See those little kids running around all excited and everything. I like going to the elementary school. They don't know any better, but I believe they expect we, the adults, to do what is right. So, and sometimes doing what is right is doggone hard, especially in the beginning of it. But we can figure it out. We can get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Dr. Getty.
Hello. I'm still frustrated about the absence of pre-K, even in your title of comprehensive literacy policy. Can you discuss that with me?
Yes, let us huddle and we'll get back with you, Dr. Getty. Because you said this before. Mm-hmm.
Many times.
Let's see if we
So
can.
it's just
Let's
at-
just see if we can make a pre-K through grade 3. I think the reason we did it is typically these are K-3 policies because pre-K is just a little bit different creature.
But we're
there
still
are
a pre-K through 3 system, and I don't want to
we are.
ignore a grade level that can help you get the goal you want. And without it, I am telling you, you are not going to reach your goal unless you include that.
Heard you loud and clear. We'll change the policy, not a
Okay.
problem.
Can I not say that again?
Yes. Please don't.
Dr. Goldson.
Yep, I just want to remind our board members that we have a 4th iteration coming out to us by September 30th. So I'm going to ask that you please review, show up for the policy committee that Ms. McCusker so graciously leads, provide additional feedback then, and then we will have this debate one more time in October. So I want to honor that some of the requests might already be in those iterations, in this 4th iteration, because I've seen some of that draft, so just please be patient, it's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goldson. Thank you, Dr. Wright, Dr. Collins, and Dr. Smith for joining us on this. All right, we're going to move to the last major item on our agenda. Pleased to welcome Ms. Oakley, our Deputy Director of the State Board, for her first presentation with us on the background and trend on cell phones in schools. Just want to highlight that we are taking a closer look at this issue, and we asked staff to come up with a crosswalk of what's happening around the state and around the country on the use of cell phones in schools. I'll turn it over to Ms. Oakley at this time. Welcome.
Hello. Let me just get acquainted here. So that wasn't it? Okay. So good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, and members of the board. My name is Hannah Oakley. I have been with the board for about a month, and in that month I have been diving into both national and Maryland LEA policies on cell phones in schools. And as you have probably noticed by the number of different iterations of this presentation, this is a really quickly evolving issue, and just this week I had to add a couple more LEAs, a couple more states. So this is a quickly evolving issue, and I just wanted to provide both what states are doing, but also what most of our LEAs are doing on this issue as well. So not to be a research snob, because I'm not, but the research is really definitive on the impact of screen time and social media and kids. The causal research is a little less definitive on specifically cell phone use in schools, on students' learning and mental health. I would say it's definitely still emerging. There's not a total consensus among researchers on this, just because particularly after the pandemic, students came back with kind of a different orientation towards technology and their own personal devices. So while there's not consensus, there's still a lot of interesting data points to consider. So one of the National Center for Education Statistics out of the department in 2021 showed that less than a majority of high schools have policies regarding students' non-academic use of their devices, which I found really interesting. And there's an organization called Common Sense Media that shows, students just in school hours are spending about an hour on their phone not related to instruction. And there's more international data on this, I would say, because there's some countries that are a little bit further along on this than us. So the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, I had that written down because I knew I'd forget. That's an organization of 38 countries, that are committed to democracy and market economy similar to us. They did a study recently that said the more leisure time that a student spends on their device during school hours shows on their device and social media, shows a lower academic performance in math, which, kind of aligns with people's conceptions of it. England, which has done a nationwide ban and when I say ban, that means like a prohibition of cell phones on school property. There are some states that are moving in that direction. I would say South Carolina's and Louisiana's are pretty strict, but no state is at a complete ban, and no Maryland LEA is at a complete ban. But England's nationwide ban, they showed that their academic inequality decreased and their academic performance increased. And then UNESCO, which is a UN agency dedicated to education, they came out in 2023 around the same time that our Surgeon General issued his advisory on social media and youth mental health. UNESCO came out and said that they support a ban or a prohibition on smartphones in schools. So we know that outside of the school system, outside of schools, screen time the research is a lot more definitive on screen time and social media and the effects that those have on kids and teens. 1/3 of kids report spending, being on social media almost constantly, in their words. And that is particularly detrimental to young girls. So with all of that kind of in mind, there's two different belief systems. Teachers and school leaders are definitely in more agreement around labeling this as a major issue in schools, especially high school teachers. Parents are a little bit more divided. They want their kids to have access to cell phones in schools, and they want to be able to access their student while in school for many of the reasons that I'm sure we can all kind of imagine. They also say that they support, 57% say they support a school or district level decision on this. However, I will say that survey data from local boards and local superintendents has shown that there is still parent pushback on those local decisions. So I think this is something that even if it happens at a state or a school or district level, parents are still pushing back on it. So EdWeek has done an amazing job tracking this. So I recently, they just added a new state. We just added Oklahoma, which has a really interesting approach to this. It was just added this week. And in your materials, there is a pretty lengthy document, but it's just a chart of all the states that have taken action on this and what Maryland LEAs have done. So EdWeek's tracker includes 14 states. My tracker includes 17 because there are some states, California has passed a bill that the governor will sign. He just hasn't signed it yet. Kansas State Board has instituted a task force to study the issue. New York's governor has gone on a listening tour across all districts to understand this. So those aren't reflected in the EdWeek, but those are states that are taking action on this as well. But EdWeek kind of divides it up into 4 buckets. So the first is states that are incentivizing adoption of a cell phone policy for schools, and those states are providing money. So Pennsylvania provided $100 million, Delaware provided $250,000. So there's a range of state money involved here. There's other states, another group of states that recommend policies, and those are either coming with no additional guidance, it's completely up to the district, and then there's some states that are providing a range of supports, like a model policy, recommendations, considerations. 4 states are requiring districts to take action and adopt a specific policy by a specific time. And then the last one is those with total restrictions. And those are passed by the state legislature, and they are, none of them are, again, a ban. They are just a total restriction on cell phones during what they are labeling instructional time. So they're leaving, these states are leaving it up to principals or district leaders to say, we'll allow cell phones during passing periods or lunch or, a complete ban. So as the slide shows, there is a role for everyone in developing this policy. So I'm saying 14 states just to stick with Ed Week's definition. There are a few others, but I wouldn't say that they're taking definitive action so far. So the biggest player in this is state legislatures. They have taken, in the majority of states that have taken action, it has been at the behest of state legislatures. When state legislatures and governors have acted, it has oftentimes been with the direction being State Board and the State Department of Education. You are tasked with developing these policies or developing these guidance, but you have to do it by a certain time. So I would say those are kind of the biggest players here. And ultimately, most policies have gone through state boards, either through approval or the state board itself has worked in partnership to develop guidance. So 19 districts in Maryland of the 24 have updated their cell phone policy. They have either updated it or they are in the process of studying it and updating their policy. So that, there's 5 that are not currently reviewing or updating their policy, but they still have one. A lot of them were updated, 2016, 2019. I kind of put the cutoff at 2021 just to see how people were readjusting their cell phone policies in light of students coming back from the pandemic. So just because it's not all 24 districts doesn't mean that the other 5 don't have them. They do, they just haven't been updated recently. I think interestingly, 7 LEAs have piloted the Yonder pouches, and you'll see a picture of those on the next slide. Either the Yonder pouch or what they're calling like cell phone hotels. And those, most of the ones that are piloting the Yonder pouch in a subset of schools are allowing students to keep the cell phone on their person all day. It's just in a locked Yonder pouch. So if you've been to a concert or if you've been to a school that has them, it locks it up, and there's a metal thing that students at the end of the day go somewhere and physically unlock to retrieve their phone. And then this is just an example of a cell phone hotel. It's just a very low-tech storage option. And so there's a range of what districts are studying. Obviously, the Yonder pouches cost money. In the MSDE survey that they did of all 24 LEA superintendents, 18 responded and 11 said that they did support statewide action, meaning that 7 of the 18 did not support statewide action. And there was, as you can imagine, a range of intensity of emotions around each of those options. And so just wrapping up, I used ban here. I wish I didn't because it's such a lightning rod. They have not banned them. They still have cell phones. They are, I think, the policies across the board in states and districts are most strict, of course, at the elementary level, meaning off, not on your person. They loosen up a little bit in middle school. That's where we're seeing actually most of the Yonder pouch experimentation happening is at the middle school level. And then high school students have the most quote unquote freedom around using cell phones during non-instructional times. And that is defined, you know, lunch, class transitions, after school activities, before school activities. And then I think importantly at the state level, I saw a lot of exceptions, just to kind of cover their bases. So they have exceptions for emergencies, monitoring for students that have health conditions that require a device to check in on their medical condition, exceptions for students whose IEPs require devices. Some states you can have a flip phone on you, you just cannot have a smartphone on you, and at the teacher's discretion. And then I think what I haven't seen as much in the state level, but that not all, a really big majority of districts that have taken action on this have done so after doing like very formal surveys, engaging their parent advisory committees, involving their professional associations, their principals, getting students involved. So these policies have emerged after community engagement, which I think is important. And then lastly, in the MSDE survey of local superintendents, superintendents saw the students' use of social media and students' use of cell phones really closely connected, which I was really interested in because sometimes you conflate the two and what you're really having issues with is social media, but you're banning or you're restricting cell phones or vice versa. So they really see them as closely connected. And so some states have coupled the stricter cell phone policies with mental health supports, behavioral health supports, digital literacy, and through those they have provided, there was a few of those states that provided additional funding either they were usually grant programs, so not every school was guaranteed money. A school had to apply or a district had to apply, and then if their policy met the state application process, they got that money and they were able to implement more behavioral health supports. One district, Montgomery County, has restricted social media access on school Wi-Fi, but you know, there is a couple of states that have done evaluations, and so hopefully as we get more data and more rigorous research on the impact of this, we can have a clearer sense. And the Federal Department of Education, you know, has said in October that it is going to release kind of a toolkit for districts and states, so that will also be informative. But as you can see, there's increasing precedent for state action, but it is up to this board and the department to take that on. So thank you all. I can take questions too, I guess.
Thank you, Ms. Oakley. All right, we will want to turn it briefly before we run into questions. I know Dr. Wright shared earlier, but if you just want to circle back on your plans on this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought I've been working with the superintendents on a variety of concerns that they've had around Blueprint, and I think this is an appropriate time to get another work group together around the use of cell phones, and to also have a board member attend as well from each of those districts. So we'll be reaching out to form a work group to look at that, and obviously look at all the stuff that Laurel has. Hannah, excuse me, Laurel, your predecessor, that Hannah has gathered where this is concerned. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, are there any clarifying questions from board members? Ms. McCusker.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wright, when you meet with that group that's going to start taking a look at this, when we talk about cell phones, can we make sure that the conversation includes all the peripheral little gadgets, the smart watches and the earbuds and you look over and yeah, I teach elementary school, and I look over and I see this, and I'm like, and we now have a policy, it has to come to me now, but I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just checking. Oh, wait, no, it only tells the time, I swear. It's not. I'm like, that's why you're going like this. We can't just say cell phones, because there are many ways that kids are accessing social media, texting, all of that, and they are, the babies, the little ones, have them. The little ones.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. Others? Mr. Greer.
I just want to applaud you, Ms. Oakley, for this. It's comprehensive. It's really good. I kept being like, but what about social media? Oh, it's on the next slide. But what about, oh, it's great. So I think you did a really great job of kind of showing the status of the field currently, and it's up to date as far as I know, and I've been trying to follow and track a lot of this. I really encourage this board, as it comes back from the task force to really pay attention to social media use and our ways to limit that to what degree we can. I know we're coming from a recommendation stance here, and we can't do everything, but we certainly can. Like the Virginia guidance states that adults can't communicate with students via social media. So you make that away. I know it's the Montgomery, I know, right? But the Montgomery says restricted social media access on school Wi-Fi. So to what degree we have the ability to be able to do things, I want to explore that, because I fundamentally believe that the cell phone is a way to connect. It's the apps that are being used that cause more challenges than the cell phone themselves. I do want to also lift up the thing that we heard this morning, that there is greater concern about access to tech in general in the school, and so to what degree can we support the use of all of the different pieces. The book, thank you, this was wonderful, and so I'll be reading this just to understand a little bit more about how technology enhances or doesn't, or detracts from learning and literacy development. And then I would love to ask if there's a parent member on the task force when we go to build one, when it gets built.
When it gets going,
encourage us to.
Would you like to join?
Sure.
Okay.
Great. I do want to underscore just some of our framing and how we're coming to this issue. I could have done it at the beginning. This is an issue that has been managed locally here in Maryland for a long time. And our intention here is to continue to lean on that, because that's where the expertise and the family engagement and the engagement with stakeholders has occurred. And in bringing it to us, it is our intention to continue to honor that. But to the extent that our local partners are seeking support, and that we may get to that point, want to make sure we're having that conversation. But I really want to honor all the work that has been done in our 24 local school districts. I don't expect what we're not doing, I'll state very clearly, is we're not doing what some other states are doing right now, and that is not our posture to be moving a cell phone ban or something like that. Our posture is to be ensuring that we're being responsive to our local school districts that have been leaning on this. And so just, Dr. Wright, I appreciate your leadership in pulling our local partners together on this matter. Further questions? Ms. Oakley, thank you very much. All right, we're in the home stretch. Let's move to State Board Committee reports and updates. I'll call on Ms. McCusker first from Ed Policy.
Thank you. The next Ed Policy meeting is on October the 10th at 4 o'clock, and will be available on Zoom for anyone who wants to tune in. And we will certainly be spending a good chunk of that time on what is likely to be the final literacy iteration of the literacy policy.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford.
The Ed Transformation and Finance Committee will meet on October the 8th at 4 o'clock. And we too will have I think, pretty full agenda for that.
Excellent, thank you. All right, open up now time, future board agenda items. This is an opportunity if there are specific things that you'd like to bring up in the public session you'd like us to be talking about, opportunity to bring that up. Anyone have anything they'd like to raise? Very good. Then, Mr. Dunklo, it's time for opinions.
Thank you, President Michael. We have 3 opinions to announce. Deborah Evans versus Prince George's County Board of Education, opinion number 24-17. This dealt with the local board's decision to deny an employee's challenge to reassignment. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. In Meredith W. and Scott H. versus Montgomery County Board of Education, that's opinion number 24-18. This dealt with the local board's decision denying a student's magnet school admission. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. And Deborah Wilson versus Montgomery County Board of Education, opinion number 24-19, dealt with the local board's decision to deny an employee's retaliation and bullying complaint. The state board affirmed the local board's decision. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dunklo. With that, that ends our business agenda for today. Being so, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. Dr. Getty, second by Dr. Amelia McCarthy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Meeting adjourned.
Did you have the note to oppose it?